Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome in. Welcome into our story. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome into our story. Looking for a wonderful night tonight. Welcome in. Welcome in. Egusi salam. Having a bit of a technical difficulties tonight, but we're gonna make it through. Yes, sir. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in to our story. It is 12/25, 2026. Welcome in, everyone. We'll be starting up pretty soon. Yes, sir.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods come to be. Like bees to our hive swiftly gather, our children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. To advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God, one song.
Yes, sir. Salam. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome into our story. It is the 25th of December, 2025. Welcome in, welcome in. Looking forward to another wonderful night. And look out for us. Definitely. As you can see in some of the slides, we had some products on there, some books, and also some shea butter as well. So check us out for January. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Welcome into our story. At this moment, we'll have Chaplain start us out with a prayer. Negusa salam.
Ngusa salam, lekulekemu. Give thanks once again for this time for I and I to rise and accomplish the mission bequeathed to we by our Father. Give thanks. Ngusa salam, lekulekemu, makamnikatu, abakutus ketamawe, haile selassie siam, exhibia. Unigusi negesitu yedeli meskeli. Ethiopia koheb negusi. Unigusi kedus the wedi. Amlakana hailina wastawana. Hastana. Sata amasagana. Amlakana hailina wasawana. Hasana. 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 Sata amasagana. The King of peace be with us all. Blessed rising with the glorious King, our Holy Father, the victorious, first might and power of divine peace, of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit of truth. The Lord's baptized and anointed King, the Emperor's cross of victory, Ethiopia's star King, the Emperor's holy coronation, our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Hasana. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Hasana. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of Israel. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Hosanna, Hosanna, glory in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the blessed Negus, a better Israel. For in this time Israel's exhibitor is Israel's king, is Israel's protector, is better Israel's everything. Besama'ab, well, Memphis Kudus, Haliakal, Abakudus Kanamawe, Haile Selassie Siam exhibir. Adhu Ab, well, Memphis Kudus, Haliakal, Abakudus Kanamawe, Haile Selassie Siam exhibir. Let the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for, and the shelterless sheltered, and the prisoners visited, and those uneducated in Christ's heavenly manner, educated in the manner thereof. Selah, Selah, Selah. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks, Chaplain. All right, welcome into our story. Chaplain, at the moment, Minister is not available. Could you start us off for tonight? The topic is on the EWF and how we see ourselves in the world. What is the importance of it? And what is the EWF in need of? What is the EWF in need of? We have been pushing our ways for the past few years and revitalizing a lot of different things in the organization. And at times, people are unaware of the certain things that we need to push forward. But tonight, we're going to go on a topic and reason on what we need as the EWF. What we need. Some of those things are solidarity, some of those things are commitment, some of those things are the vision for the future. And we look forward to making ourselves into a better movement by putting forth resolutions and putting forth priorities that would keep us on the forefront of that agenda. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chaplain?
Ngusa salam, leku lekemu. The King of Peace be with us all. Yes, I and I would say that first we have to rise up in the heavens of our Christ consciousness to receive the blessing of the new being and elevation into the new realms in this time. For the holy patrimony that we, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief during the Armageddon, the war to put down wars, right? For we, the Black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahil Safari Ethiopia Imperial Army. In accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29. Sila, Article 29. The Emperor reserves the right, with the advice and consent of Parliament, to declare war. He further reserves the right to decide what armed forces shall be maintained, both in times of war. As Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces, he has the right to organize and to command the said forces, to commission, to confer military rank upon the officers of the said forces, and to promote, transfer, or dismiss any of the said officers. He has further the right to declare a state of siege or national emergency, and to take such measures as are necessary to meet a threat to the defense or integrity of the empire and to assure its defense and integrity. So, in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, His Imperial Majesty Apokudus Kedamawe Haile Selassie Stem Exhibit established we, the Black peoples of the world, as the vanguard unit to help preserve the territorial integrity of Ethiopia and the freedom of Ethiopia. That's why our preamble states as such the key words that was just in Article 29. We, the Black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. That word, to help maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, is very key and crucial to the establishment and our mission that has been bequeathed to we. In Article 29, as Commander-in-Chief, it says he has further the right to declare a state of siege, martial law, or a national emergency and take such measures as are necessary to meet a threat to the defense or integrity of the empire. So the measure that the king sought to take was the establishment of I as a vanguard unit to help to, to claim the Ethiopian. Likewise, also to help garner up support for the wounded in Ethiopia, because this war was the first war for Black people that they didn't have. They didn't have a Red Cross for the Ethiopians. You know, they didn't have that for Ethiopia, the Ethiopians. You know, so they needed nurses and ones to come to take care of the wounded for Ethiopia and all these things. Remember, Red Cross is an organization coming from the Vatican, which is a Roman organization, you know. So we have to understand that at the time, right? And also for ones who could go forward and help work modern technology and modern weapons, because this has become a modern weapon now with the invaders, the fascist invaders, using modern weapons of the Gatling gun. More than the Gatling gun, it's the machine gun now. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Poison gas and flamethrowers and personal small tanks that they came with in this time against Ethiopia. Also, with the aerial bombardment constantly of poison gas and things, and then they went to installing sprayers on the wings of the plane and sprayed the gas as if they was spraying crops. So under these auspices of what's going on, His Majesty had to establish a vanguard unit of people who coming from this side of the world dealing with modern things. And our nation of Black people have been the ones who have come up with the inventions and modern inventions in this time. His Majesty knew that from long time. So he had to establish us in accordance with the prophecy. All these things are prophesied that it would happen, for only what is written is what shall be happening. So we have to understand the fullness of the reality of the call and the manifestation of this revelation. For we're in the book of the Bible now that most um, congregations until this time they haven't touched, because that was something that's supposed to go on in the last time or in the last days. So most congregations never touched this book of Revelation. So these are concerning the battle of Armageddon. So these are things that we have to be line upon line, because it said it will be line upon line when we come and deal with these things. So we have to know our calling and the mission that has been bequeathed to we. In Isaiah chapter 58, it says, cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness and forsook not the ordinances of their Amalek. They asked of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching unto Exhibia. Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not? Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge? Behold, in the day of your fast ye find pleasure, and exact all ye fast for strife and debate, and to smite with the fists of wickedness. Ye shall not fast as you do this day, to make your voice to be heard on high. Is it such a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head like a bulrush, and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Wilt thou call this a fast and an acceptable day to the Lord? Is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke? This is the mission. When we read our Constitution, our aim and our objectives is correct abuses. It's in line with the scripture mission, because our king is a prophetic figure. So everything has to be line upon line. So we have to know these things to study, to show ourselves approved in the spirituality and the reality. So our faith now has become our law, and our law has become our reality, which is our sovereignty. So the fast of the king, as in the days of old, the fast of Jesus Christos, was the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, the infants cared for, and the shelterless sheltered, and the prisoners visited, and those uneducated in Christ's heavenly manner, educated in the manner thereof, of peace, love, judgment, and forgiveness, for the better day and the betterment of humanity. For I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's keeper. And together we are one. And together we represent the goody of the Almighty. Right? And so let's the oppressed go free. That we break every yoke. Now in our Constitution, we have these things stated, but they're stated in a governmental manner of a constitution that tells us of these things that we're doing. You know, that's our guideline that we are um, um, executing, I would say. You know, and when it says 7, is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bringest the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou coverest him, and that thou hide not thyself from thy own flesh. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thy health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee, and the glory of the Lord shall be thy reward. Then shall thou call, and the Lord shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou take away the mist from the midst of thee, the putting forth of the speaking vanity. If thou draw out thy spirit to the hungry, and satisfy the afflicted irit, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as noonday. And the Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy irit and drought, and make fat thy bones, and thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. Yes, in committing and exercising the true fast of our Father, that to usher in the presence of divine around us, which is the days of heaven upon the earth, because of blessing. You see, we have to understand because of blessing. If thou draw out thy spirit to the hungry, and satisfy the afflicted irit, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as day. And the Lord shall thee continually, and satisfy irit and drought, and make thy bones. And shall thou shalt go to the garden, and like a spring of water whose waters fail not. Selah. Go forth. Thou bring the poor that are cast out of the house. When thou seest the naked, that thou coverest him, and that thou hide not thy face from thy own flesh. When we do these works, then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thy health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee, and the glory of the Lord shall be thy reward. Selah. So that's when we shall be in a state of consciousness of Negusalam. For Jesus Christus told us in leaving, I leave you in peace. My peace I give unto you, but not as the world giveth unto you. Neither be afraid, and let thy heart be not troubled. So this peace that comes, it comes from the divine King. When we are obedient and fulfilling the creed of take taking care of the nation. Then we shall have his peace, and his peace shall be our shield. It shall be our buckler. It shall be our guide. No harm can come over us in this state. He shall give his angels charge over thee, unless thou dash thy foot against the stone. For he is the stone. He is the building and the cornerstone. He himself. So if we're not at odds with the stone, then no trouble shall come we, or nothing can come upon we. So this is the marching papers of the Ethiopian World Federation incorporated unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief, Sila. And our work should not fail, and we have a work to do. This is Isaiah 58, verse, come forward now, verse 12 goes more into the work that we shall do together as a company of the Lord, meaning a company, a band of prophets and prophetess of the Most High. They that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations. Thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of paths to dwell in. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, and the holy of the Lord honorable, and shall honor him, and shall honor him, not doing thy own ways, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words. Then shalt thou alight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of Adonai has spoken it. So this dawn that I and I shall return to build up the waste places that's been brought to waste and plundered by colonization and the oppression and chattel slavery that has wrecked the whole world of colored people, no matter if they're Africa or in their outside of Africa. The same problem is going on with them, right? So the next verse, the next chapter, it brings us into, let's go forward to the marching, what has been given to we.
Your screen is off, Falcon.
Isaiah. Yes, let me see. Yeah. Isaiah 61, it gives us the reality of going on once we are obedient to the creed of Christ, to the fast of Christ. The fast of Christ is doing the works, not getting to yourself and run down and these things to yourself. He already has you. You are his light. So you don't have to worry about your own salvation, for you have been called by him. That's why he said, is it for a man to get to himself and bow himself, his head down like a bulrush? Is it not for you to go feed the hungry, to go clothe the naked, to bring the prisoners out the pit, to break the oppression? Is that not the fast that he has given? This is the fast that he has given. The Ethiopian World Federation incorporated unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Armageddon Army, according to Archangel Michael's role. This is the fast that he is given to put down war and bring forth peace and harmony on the earth. So Isaiah 61, the Spirit of the Lord Exhibir is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent I to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of the vengeance of our Exhibir, to comfort all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, and the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. Selah, that they shall build the old wastes, they shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolations of many generations. They have trodden down our land in Africa, and have, through their colonization and the Berlin Conference and the Scramble for Africa, they have depleted places of many generations. The stranger shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But you shall be named priests of the Lord. Men shall call you the ministers of our Exhibir. You shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall you boast yourselves. For we shall come out of this oppression with greatness. We shall arise out of here with the double blessing of the children of Joseph, who was sold away. For Joseph became the governor in Kemet. And he had the spiritual corn for his people, and he had the physical corn for the people. We have the spiritual corn, which is our mighty king of the Davidic covenant that has come and resurrected, redeemed, and restored us and emancipated us from the papal doctrine of discovery and gave us our sovereignty, as our minister Ross Lazarus so adequately tells us time and time again. But it shows us also that we have a dual purpose. We have two purposes. For our king, by law, gave us first, before he left Addis Ababa, he was already in the process of printing forth a standard to hold the people, for he is defender of the faith. So he can't leave the people without giving them a standard. He gave I and I the Mahel Safari prayer book. June then, through Bath, he gave us the East African World Federation, incorporated to himself Constitution in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29 and Article 30. So right here, it gives us the other duality of our role that we play. For right here, it says in Isaiah 61, the spirit of Siam Exhibir is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings to the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our Exhibir, to comfort all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of Isis for the irid of heaviness, that they might be called the trees of righteousness, the planting of Adonai, that he might be glorified. Selah. So our other duality is to glorify our king. That's why in our Constitution, our first holy days is Mascal, birthday of the king, and Constitution Day. Mascal, September 27th, birthday of the emperor, July 23rd, and August 25th, Constitution Day of our nation, which is in accordance with the people's faith and the prayer of freedom that we had to chant 3 times on behalf of Ethiopia's liberation. The same faith and the same prayer that was needed to save Zion is the same faith and the same prayer it takes to maintain Zion. For we see, we shall be singing, because he gets. So what will we be singing? What will be our song that we will be singing? It will be a victory song. It will be a song of victory that we'll be singing. For our Father was victorious in his mission. When he left and went by a way that his foot had never taken before, he went into the dragon's lair and shackled the dragon and put a seal upon him that he could not deceive the nations anymore with his mouth. Could not deceive the nations anymore with his mouth. But right here, it says we will replace the spirit of heaviness with the songs of praise, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beautiful ashes and the oil of joy for mourning, and the garment of Isaac's praise for the spirit of heaviness. So this in line with our marching foundation that's given to me. Isaiah 61, the spirit of Stiam Exibia is upon I, because the Lord has anointed I to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent I to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives. So what's our binding that we're using to bind up? What's the bandage that we're using to bind up the brokenhearted? And what is the sound of liberty that we're proclaiming to the captives? Which is victory. We're proclaiming victory. And our bandage is the spirit of truth. Our liberator and our emancipator has come, who claimed us as his own on June 15th, 1935. He started the world and said, I am not only king of Africa, I'm the king of all Black people and Negroes, those who are in the United States and other foreign domains. The Italian warlord is trying to destroy the last best hope you have on earth. June 15th, 1935 was the proclamation of the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah of Ethiopia, the root of David, light of the world, king of Zion. He claimed us as his own people, and he claimed to be our king. Therefore, trumping any other claim to us on divineness, established off a divine order, for he sits upon the highest throne. So in accordance with this, the song that we shall be singing in Isaiah 25, we have to understand what is the joy sound we're bringing to the people. What is the joyful sound that we're bringing to the people? What is the joyful sound that we're bringing to the people in this time to bind up their brokenhearted, and to proclaim liberty. We're proclaiming liberty in the name of what? And how are we proclaiming liberty? In what ways are we proclaiming liberty? Stila, Stila. So Isaiah 25, it tells us everything that shall happen in the war and everything that's going on in this time, even building up to the war in the current nation. Isaiah 25, verse 6. And in this mountain shall the Lord of hosts make unto all people a feast of fat things, of wine on the lees, of fat things full of marrow, of wines on the lees well refined. That means that he's making wine on the spot. At the coronation of the king's great feast, wine shall be made on the spot. They'll be making honey wine on the spot, meaning wine on leaves, meaning because you got to hang up the wine for it to be able to cure and things for you to be making the honey wine. Right? So these things show in a special way that the scripture has special things within it that has to happen to detail. So you will know this is a fulfillment of this because it goes into detail of the matter. And it says wines on lees, of fat things full of marrow, of wines on lees well refined, because this is the last King's Supper. This is the Last Supper where a king will be crowned. When David told them to crown Solomon, he said, go and slaughter the beast and let him ride upon the mule. So this is what happens at the coronation of the king every time. So this is the last King's Supper. His Imperial Majesty, Abacadus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siomik Coronation Supper. It's the last king of Ethiopia supper that we know in our time. Stila. So all of these things, line upon line, we have to know these things to fulfill I and give us the peace of mind so we can go on and do the work that is required of us. Stila, with no hesitation. 7, he will destroy in this mountain the face covering cast over all people, and the veil that is spread over all nations. He will swallow up death in victory, and Siam Exhibir will wipe away tears off all faces, and the people shall he take away from off all the earth. The Lord has spoken it. No more subjugation, no more chattel slavery, no more black get back, no more black come in the back door. He shall remove the rebuke of his people from off the face of the earth, for the Lord has spoken it. And that it shall be said in that day, this is here. We have waited for him. He will save us. This is the Lord. We have waited for him. Be glad and rejoice in his salvation. For in this mountain shall the hand of Exhibit and Moab, the Ferengi, Mussolini, the Roman, shall be trodden down under him, even as straw is trodden down for the dunghill. For he shall spread forth his hands in the midst of them, and go down to the floor and pray. He shall spread forth his hands in the midst of them, as he that spreadeth forth his hands to swim. And he shall bring down their pride together with the spoil of the Hans. So when his majesty left the battle of Machao, riding the white horse to Lalibela, and prayer, it was already finished. But his prayer shall be answered. And when he went to Bath and set up the crystal chapel in the forward side of Bath, and the prayer continually, his prayers are answered, for he is the conquering lion of prayer and faithfulness and righteousness. So this is the binding, the bandage that we have to bind up the brokenhearted. This is the song we have for the spirit of heaviness, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord and his day of his vengeance, June 30th, 1936, at the League of Nations, when he was vexed because they not live up to Christ's code and Christ's morality that they claim. They preached to the seven seas. They took the gospel of Christ to the seven seas. So they say, but they did not live up to the Christ standard. So His Majesty has a wording of actively Christian. You can proclaim to be a Christian, but are you actively Christian? Are you actively taking part in love and mercy and forgiveness and judgment of Christ as he exemplified in his walk, right? So this is the foundation that we have been given in our time to uphold. So we see in the day of his victory, the king came forward May 5th, 1941, and issued the victory cross, right? So through the victory of the king came forward to Addis Ababa from the mountains, Mount Antauta, from the mountains of Antauta. He came into Addis Ababa, Sila, and as he came into Addis Ababa, Ethiopians kissed the ground and gave thanks and praises to the king, chanting Hosanna, Hosanna, as he came down from the mountains of Antauta on May 5th, 1941, into Addis Ababa. So this is the foundation that we've been given in this time. Reality for our faith has become our law, and our law has become our reality. So our marching statement and mission that has been bequeathed to us in Isaiah 61 to bring forth the upliftment of the temples of old in the temple dwelling. For this is called the indwelling, the time when the Holy Irit will dwell within us in this time. That is the blessing that's given to us. So Isaiah 61, the spirit of Siam Exhibir is upon me, because the Lord has anointed I to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent I to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord and the day of vengeance of our Exhibir, to comfort all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, and the garment of Isis for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called the trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. And they shall build the old wastes. They shall raise up former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolations of many generations. And strangers shall stand and feed your flock. And the sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. Meaning, after we establish our full sovereignty, all the nations shall come to we to take part in it. But we shall be the head, and they shall be the tail. They shall be the ones who want our resources in Africa. They have to have the resources of Africa, the cobalt, the platinum, the plutonium. They need this. They need all of these resources. And once the Lord has broke the yoke of the oppressor and returned our sovereignty forward to us, then we shall be our own inheritors and heirs of what has been given to us in this time, in the fulfillment. For the people have to have a vision, for without the vision, the people will perish. What is the vision? that we've been given. Selah. But ye shall be named the priests of the Lord. Men shall call you the ministers of our Exhibit. You shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall you boast yourselves. For your shame you shall have double, and for confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in their land they shall possess the double. Everlasting joy shall be unto them. For I, the Lord, love judgment. I hate robbery for burnt offering. I will direct their work in truth. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them. Overstand. He's in full control. He's our spiritual tutelage. He's reestablishing. He's in full control. He is our director. I will direct their work in truth, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them. And their seed shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. All that see them shall acknowledge them, and they are the seed which the Lord has blessed. I will greatly rejoice in the Lord. My iris shall be joyful in my exhibit, for he has clothed me with the garments of salvation. He has covered me with the robe of righteousness, as the bridegroom decketh himself with ornaments, and as a bride adorn herself with jewels. Fireball. For as the earth brings forth her bud, and as the garden causes the things that are sown in it to spring forth, so the Lord exhibit, exhibit, will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth before all the nations. So this is the vision. Now, this vision that is given. Now, the law. We have the testimony and the law. The testimony is the vision. Then we have the law. Because our faith has become our reality. And our reality has become our law. You see, our faith is no more just faith, it's our reality. It has become our law. See, and our law has become our sovereignty for our customary freedom that have been created. We see, let's see if you can pull this up. Looking for this our constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation. Now, with the vision now, all right. Can the item still see the screen, Aya? Ali?
Yes, I.
Yes, I. Now, the law, Ethiopian World Federation, Incorporated, Constitution, and bylaws. For we, the black peoples of the world, solidarity, liberty, freedom, determined to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. We do hereby establish and ordain this constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation. Selah. Selah. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie, the first King of Kings, Lords of Lords, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of Exhibir, light of this world, King of Zion. Selah. Page off here. Somehow it got deleted. So you're missing first page. So I'll come forward. Article 1, promote the interest among its members to develop a fraternal spirit among them, to its members the desire to render military aid and assistance to one another at all times, to render voluntary aid and protection to its members without fee or charge for same when in need, and if necessary to provide and care for the refugees and disabled victims of the Italian-Ethiopian War, to give concrete material and voluntary aid without fee or charge for the same to all such refugees and disabled victims, and to raise funds by voluntary subscription for the purposes of Fort Mission. There shall be no charge, fee, beneficiary tax, or other assessment upon the members of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, except for dues provided for in the Constitution and bylaws of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, to encourage its members to develop interests and pride in democratic institutions and to promote democratic principles and ideals. Well, every person, everyone has a voice, and everyone has a mark to write their name. Thus, everyone has a vote. May exhibit help us to accomplish the ideal. Yes, I. Scope of the Ethiopian World Federation. The scope of the Ethiopian World Federation. The Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated shall be international in scope. Headquarters. The headquarters of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated shall be in the city of New York State of New York, United States of America, all in conformity with the scripture, with the prophecy in Jeremiah 23. For behold, the king shall reign in power, and he shall execute judgment and justice in his days. In his days, Judah shall be saved. And this is the name whereby he shall be called, the Lord our righteousness. And he shall establish an ensign in the north country, and he shall bring the house of Israel home to their own land, and from all the lands where they have been scattered, and he shall bring them home to their own land. This is the prophecy and the fulfillment of the prophecy. For he shall rule from the river unto the ends of the earth. So he hold the globe of the earth in his hand. One of these 7 ornaments and sacraments given to the king on his coronation was the golden globe of the earth. For he shall rule from the Gihon River unto the ends of the earth. So hence, the scope of the Ethiopian World Federation is international. It's international. Our scope is international. We have to understand these things. Colors. The official colors of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated shall be the same as the national colors of Ethiopia: green, gold, and red. Sila. Eligibility for office. Male and female shall be equally eligible to all offices in accordance with Scripture. It says that your old men shall dream dreams and your young men shall see visions. And your sons and daughters shall prophesy. That's scripture. So everything is line upon line upon line. Selah. Section 7, non-partition character. The Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, to His Imperial Majesty, as Commander-in-Chief, shall be non-partition, non-political in character, but in cases where partition, political, and other issues tend to affect the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated adversely in the carrying out of its aims and objects, it shall be free to combat such issues with the best legal means at its disposal. See law. Section 8. No individual who is a member of any other organization, political party, religious group, or sect which requires that individual to pledge unswerving allegiance to its tenets, thus depriving him of the freedom of thought and action which may be necessary in carrying out the aims and objects of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, shall be elected or appointed to office, or shall allow himself to be elected to any office. Any election or appointment to office in violation of this section shall be none and void. So we really have to overstand here, because we have been given a mission to bring forth the praises of the King of Kings, Lords of Lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, the light of the world, the defender of the faith. In this time, we have to really understand this section here. We have to understand this section here. Because in the time, our time, modern time, during the Derg, the patriarch at that time removed support for the king. The church removed their support for the king, and the king was deposed. And there was not an uprising. It was not, only by the faithful, but it wasn't directed by the church. The ones who uprise was the faithful ones who uprise on their own, and they was machine gunned down and they was jailed. But the church did not lead an uprising against the Derg revolution during that time. We have to understand this. Anytime before, the patriarch is the one who will put out an excommunication proclamation, as in the days of Abuna Petros, who the Italians executed because of his edict he put out. The same in the time when Liyasu and Ras Michael went against the king. He put out an edict then to disassociate them from the church, because the king is the defender of the faith. The king is the anointed crown of the church. So in 1974, the church did not issue against God. It never happened. That never happened. So we understand what happened during that time. The church took refuge in Jesus Christ, as if the king had never come, because the king name was removed from the liturgy. The king name became outlawed, because before you had to open the service, you had to chant the liturgy, and you had to make a prayer to the king, say a prayer for the empress when you open the church service. For the king is the one who liberated the church from the Coptic usury that had happened over time. For it was the church edict from the Nicene Council that no Ethiopian could become a patriarch. This is church law from the Nicene Council. Church law says that no Ethiopian cannot be a patriarch of the Ethiopian church by church canon of the Council of Nicaea, upheld and supported by the Coptic Church of Egypt in Alexandria. So when the king liberated the country and he liberated the church and established the first Ethiopian patriarch, Basilios, and our minister, Ras Lazarus, has brought to light the meaning and associated, the symbolism associated with the name Basilios and the first patriarch of Ethiopian Orthodox Church in history. We have to overstand these foundations and everything that's coming forward with this Sila. So we have been established to uphold an anciency in the truth and the formation that has come forward in the revelation. For this is the culmination of our faith. So we have a part in exercising the ingredients together. It's like you there in the kitchen. You there in the kitchen, you got these ingredients, and this is the recipe. But they say it's gonna come a time when you're gonna get this new golden recipe that has to be added. And that golden recipe, the golden ingredient that has to be added is the ingredient that's gonna come and save the day. So now you are the builders and the mixers who have to add that final ingredient and make that new wine. For the new wine has to have a new wineskin. So you have to make a new wineskin for the new wine. Because the old wineskin, this new wine cannot be poured in the old wineskin. So who are the ones that are the makers of the new wineskin? So we
Yes,
have
sir.
to
Yes, sir.
understand these things that's going on and what has been bequeathed to us, the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated to His Imperial Majesty, first with the prayer book, which is the people's faith, and the prayer of freedom that is in line with our matriarch, Mama Dorsley Bayan, the wife of Malaku E. Bayan, prayer for Ethiopians' deliverance to be said thrice by the members of the Ethiopian World Federation, which is founded off of the prayer book and the people's faith given to us by His Imperial Majesty,
Yes, sir.
Sila, and our Constitution. Aye. Yes,
Yes,
I.
sir. Give thanks, Chaplain. Give thanks. Sila.
Sila.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, everyone. We are on the topic once again. What does the EWF need? What do we need to function? What do we need to counter what is going on in the world? Is America enhancing the matrix? Is it pushing along the agenda? What is it that we need? Like Minister Last says, it takes an equal force or a greater force to defeat a force. So what do we need as EWF to make things function properly, to make things go to the next step, to make things come to a reality where we live this. We don't dream it, we don't want it, we don't need it, but we live it. Yes, indeed. Minister, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. So give thanks, give thanks. Powerful reasoning, chaplain, always, as always. And I think, um, and I'd like to give my apologies. My uncle transcended today, so it was unexpected family emergency. But I also had got a chance to talk to Ross Jabali, House of Siba. And the reality comes in the aspect this conversation, myself and you, Chair, our President Ross Kimian had, is that we have to build it to show what it is, meaning the American government, the Jamaican government, the Canadian government, the UK, they are not going to build what we need. It's on us to build it in our government. So that means when we say that, that means as we accept the gift of His Imperial Majesty, which is the charter of the Ethiopian World Federation, as the government of the diaspora, as the government of we, the black peoples of the world, as each one of us declare and accept this as a member and we strive in it, we have to complete the works where His Majesty has in our Constitution, we must carve out our place under the sun and we must define it as we see fit, not the other governments, but as we see fit. So that means if we say human rights, religious rights, it should be our government that develops a plan to honor the indigenous customary laws of its people. As we do that, we then have a blueprint and a draft of uniformity because it becomes a uniform policy and procedures amongst the local jurisdictions, the states, the nations of the Ethiopian World Federation, which are our locals, our different districts. Each one of them now follows the policies, procedures under our constitutions honoring human rights. We develop religious outlines with religious councils to honor the ways, honor the indigenous plant medicine, honoring all of the indigenous customary ways. Now, we outline this in our policies, our procedures, our administrations, and these outlines become the uniformity that is submitted to other governments to show them to violate us, to violate these is to violate human rights. So we submit them to other governments so that they can know what is the policies and procedures that we see fit that protect the human rights of our people. So that means all the different agencies. We need all of the different mindsets. We need everything from the farmers of hemp, cannabis, to the farmers of all the fruits, all of the vegetables. We need to set up a committee to set up standards of how we tend to seeds, how we fertilize. We need to set up our own standards, define them out. And we only submit them to other governments to give them an acknowledgement of how we operate so that they know to not violate our rights and that we have our own policies and procedures to govern us. The only reason governments get involved in your affairs is because they've declared us as minorities, minors, children, unable to handle our own affairs. So they oversee our affairs. How do they do it? Like we're lost at sea. Based on that we're lost at sea, the Holy See, the Catholic Vatican See. So it is under the Papa Bull doctrine. So that is why we use and we stand on the standings of law of the charter of His Imperial Majesty, the Ethiopian World Federation, for it is our counter force. So we have to have the mindset that set up strategical policy and developments to help create the institutions to build our own economy. Now, when we speak about that, we have to then look at how others have strategically maneuvered this for themselves. Then we have to look at how they've also maneuvered it to be a countering force to our development. Everything we're looking at right now with Ibrahim Torre, everything we're seeing with Burkina Faso right now, we're learning that the system was constructed to not bring about our development, not bring about sustainability, but to bring about the exploitation of our human rights, the exploitation of human resources, the exploitation of our mineral resources, our natural resources. So now it is on us to create a countermeasure to this aspect. Now, what happens in this time is we're entering a period where we have mass education. See, this is a different period than all of the other different periods of exploitation, the different periods of colonization, the different periods of enslavement. And I don't want to say that in a negative aspect, because the first stage of slavery, we were the most highly educated people on the planet. But after the stages of slavery and them holding us through bondage, they broke us down to where the masses were coming from an uneducated perspective. So, from the uneducated perspective, they then started to define their reality to us. So, we got one stage, the stage of breaking and erasing our consciousness, our understanding of life. That's the colonization and slavery period. Now, after our consciousness, our understanding of life is erased, they then come with a download. So now that means the population, the masses, their visualization, their precepts of the world is being molded and defined by the enslaver, the colonizer. Now we go to a period under that component is majority of us or what we had thought was education would not be considered educated, and the system then picked and defined educated mindsets based on under the system. Populations increased in those who were educated. Not only that, now we enter into the age of information. So massive amount of information and people being able to read, receive the information like now has never been before in the colonialization and slavery period. So now we're not just illiterate slaves being held by whatever knowledge they put us on. We are now people that are waking up to a certain amount of knowledge, and we have a certain understanding that we now can see through the matrix, all of the tricks of the medical system, all of the tricks of big pharmaceutical. We couldn't see through them before because we weren't educated in a manner to see through them. So now you have a population that can see through this operation. Now you have a generation that will not see death. They won't go back into that sleep. They will not see death. They won't go back into that sleep. They're a rebellious nation, but they must learn to rebel. So what we witness now is the system has to recreate its control mechanism. The control mechanism cannot be based on the past mechanism. The control mechanism must be increased with the technology of the time. And so this is when we come into the aspects of how they want to place us under digital IDs, how they want to place us under the financial controls. So as the topic was today, is the United States helping implement the next phase of the bondage, the next phase of the matrix? The constructs that are being in place by the United States, the constructs that are being pushed, the constructs that are being financed by Bill Gates, all of these things are implementing a new phase of control because the old phases of control are ineffective now. when the old phases when the old phases of international control and the old phases of control of us are ineffective, they have to do what? They have to create the new system. But at the same time, they're trying to create the new system. It's not just they're creating the new system. They haven't been able to latch it on yet. It's still you're still in the fight position where they're trying to grip you. They're trying to latch hold of you. So this stage is one of the most strategical times that we're in. This is where we change the grip. This is where the changing of the guards happens. But it's critical on how we define ourselves. It's critical on how we stand in law. And again, His Imperial Majesty gave us the key. His Imperial Majesty gave us the key to walk into the door of equality. And when I say equality, it takes an equal force or a greater force to overcome a force. So if the oppressive force is a governmental system, that means we have to have the ability to create our own counter governmental system. So His Majesty gives us a constitution, a government, but we have to create the system that surrounds it. The system must be strategic. The system must have the strategical vision to empower. And that's where the minds are called at. We're calling all of the minds with strategical vision to help us create the system to surround the EWF to be what? The new web, the new matrix, the new womb, the new mother, because we've been placed under a harlot. We've been placed under the system of Babylon that has enslaved us, but we're used to a mother system. We're used to the crown mother, the queen mother system. The matrix is not their really construct. It's nature. And they've learned to use our nature against us, the nature of our ignorance, the nature of our unknowing, the nature of our fears, have been taught to them generation to generation, teaching their people how to use that against us. His Imperial Majesty gave us the first powerful weapon to overcome their oppressive ways, and that's the charter of the Ethiopian World Federation. Now we have to look at the minds of ourselves. Are we ready to push this, to create this? Do we have the vision? But do we see that we're at a critical point that we have to make the counter move? So I open the floor up about what's going on in the world between France, the United States. What do we see Trump and them doing? What do we see the state of racial hate in the United States? How some of our people are still talking about Democratic and Republic, still talking about votes, still not seeing that self-determination, which many of them are going to be yelling tomorrow with Kwanzaa and everything, but they're not talking about self-government. So they really don't understand the definition of self-determination. So the floor is open as we enter the seven seals. I would like for the chaplain to talk about the seven seals. You know, I open the floor, but I would like to ask the chaplain after that to talk about the seven seals, which are the 7 days of Kwanzaa, which are the seven seals of our Constitution. Give thanks. Yes, sir. Floor is open. Floor is open. And after the floor, I would ask the chaplain to come in on the seven seals of Kwanzaa, which our Constitution already held. Give thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Minister, the floor is open. Just for clarity, Minister, could you
state the question for the floor.
Meaning I'm asking based on what is going on in the world. Remember the is the United States re-implementing the last stages of the control system, the new control system. And what are we looking at? And again, I want you to remember and think the control systems, when we say that, if the old system is ineffective, they're researching to develop how to make the new system effective. And so they're creating it in stages, meaning that it hasn't latched on yet. They're still trying to perfect the control mechanism, the new stage. That's what they're trying to do. So this is the most strategic time period for countering the new control because it hasn't been able to lock in. That's critical at this stage. It hasn't been able to lock in yet. They're still learning how to use AI, facial recognition. They're still trying to think about how to implement the credit systems. And at the same time, we can walk right from under all of this with the Ethiopian World Federation as we are free from the Papa Bull doctrines, walking right out of here with our EWF IDs, our standing in law under the charter. We can walk from under all of these, but we're looking at them implementing these stages right now. We're looking at the digital IDs. We're looking at now how they want to control travel. We're looking at how a lot of people fell for the vaccines, and now they're looking at tracking systems and all type of new technology that's being data collected on how to use it against the people. But it's all not effective yet. So now when we're learning and we're setting up our government, our EWF, our vision has to be countermeasures to all of these forms of attack. All of these forms of attack, we have to be the countermeasure. We have to be the counter vision. So now the question is those visions, those visionaries, where are they at? Those countermeasures, what do you see as necessary? Not just me saying right now, but what do you see from what do you witness from looking at what's going on in the news? You know, what do you see what's going on in the world? What is the countermeasures that we need based on what you're witnessing to right now? You know, based on EWF being a countermeasure, what do you see in the world and what do you think is necessary? We looked at Kenya almost fall under the trap of giving away the medical records of their people. See, Africa is naive for development, and I'm not going to say all of Africa, and I'm not even going to say they're naive. The corruption will allow Africa to be sold in certain levels. So if we're looking at that, the question is now, what do you see? What do you see? Do you see the clutches of the grip trying to grab hold? What do you see? And what do you see as the vision for countering these things? What are some of the things that you've looked at for a vision for countering? So back to you. Floor is open. Floor is open. And I was saying also at the end, if the chaplain would come in, because, you know, self-determination, and people will be talking Kwanzaa, but our Constitution, as our chaplain likes to push, is and was always the 7 principles of Kwanzaa in the first stage. So I would like the floor to be open, and those who have looked at this matrix, looked at the grips, looked at what's going on in the news with the digital IDs and all of these things, what do you see? And what do you see we need to create for the EWF?
How do we need to create a banking system, our economy? Me and Ross Jabali, House of Seba, were planning all of the import exports and how we do our tracking on certain aspects in the indigenous medicinal aspects. So the floor is open. We want to hear your thoughts. What do you think about what's going on with Africa? What do you think was going on with the United States? We see the United States has seized Venezuela and Nigeria boats. Are we still talking the regular righteous government? You know, America likes to play itself as the good government of the world. Or are they going back to the just straight pirate colonialization? Are we back into slavery with these private prisons? They're kidnapping people under immigrations and shipping them to private prisons. Who's getting paid and who's paying what? And why are they paying? What is the price? Is it just to have people locked up to really protect society? Or is this the new form of slavery? What do you see? What do you feel? This is the question. So it's open. It's open for the visions of the minds of the people. Let's tonight hear these things, and then let's set up idea platforms to try to counter the things that we see, or to create the visions that someone has had that needs to be developed to counter this. A lot of people in the Ethiopian World Federation are either from the Caribbean, the islands, the UK, and so forth, and they're here in the United States. Can they be deported? Should there be something where the EWF should be reaching out now, explaining ourselves under the charter, and that our people are not citizens of Jamaica, they're not citizens of the UK, they're not citizens of the Caribbeans. They are diplomatic nationals of the Empire of Ethiopia. And if they are attacked in any form, it's a violation of human rights, because the Empire of Ethiopia was here in the Americas before anybody else. Should we be setting up these things? What do you see? What do you feel? I hope that helps you, give you some ideas. I'd like to hear where your minds are at. Give thanks. Floor is open.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone? Floor is open. Queen Isis, are you able to speak? Or Ras Nashan? All right, yes, sir. So I'll definitely go ahead. Yeah, there's a lot of propaganda, a lot of work on the people in many different ways to have people in the mindset of consuming and being in an aberrant type of mode with how they behave themselves. And that leads to them being put into slavery, because when they implement the system of taking away people's ability to use their own money, based off of punishing them, instead of going prison, they'll punish you in the sense of taking away your finances, and they'll deem it to be something that's social. They'll deem it to be something that is acceptable for the society, and they'll have what they want of people supporting it. And then that be based upon people's ability to broadcast. So the bigger your voice is, the more influential you would be. So they definitely making their ways to have people be influenced as influencers to put forth certain rhetoric. Sometimes it's direct, sometimes it's subtle. Sometimes it's just the environment they put around people. Sometimes it's the opportunities or certain situations they put in front of people to get them into a mindset of not being worthy to make a change because of being caught up in the system. And there's no saving what I gotta do. And The basic thing of all of that even is the ability to take people's survival skills and use it against them. How people's survival skills be used in a set where they take it like dopamine or serotonin and they feed you this false sense of success with material, a false sense of success with attention. Instead of making sure our liberty is substantial to us and benefiting to the earth. And they have people in this cycle of emotions. But with the rise of education being in abundance, with the rise of knowledge being in abundance, and knowledge by people showing their experience, and this experience being something of a certain rhythm or pattern across the board. So once you know the science, you know the attributes. Like they say, by the fruits you shall know them. And this takes on to the people to bring people into a calm sense of looking into things themselves and not being followers, not being um, susceptible to be, finessed, but being in the ability to make things work for yourself, for your inner being, for your family, for your reality. And that takes solidarity, that takes following the law. And people are on the trajectory of that. But there's been a Pan's Labyrinth of different ways, including religion, where people are on their way to these things, but they do not envision it as a reality with the people themselves who are complaining about the system are working to develop their own, not to ask anybody else, but to develop your own customs, develop your own culture, proclaim your culture, declare your customs, declare your way of life as a people. And as a people, what we have in unison is this ancient Ethiopian culture. And not just a culture that is due to a civilization. Because culture only comes from groups of people that are civilized to an extent. And when it comes to the extent of the universal knowledge, it is something of when people talk about the advancement of human beings, they say, well, if Kemet was this advanced at this time, how many years before did it have to be before they got to this point? So when we see the ancient ways being the archetype of any time, the archetype of any time to bring forth what is upright behavior, what is success, what is fruitfulness. We find it in Ethiopia, and in Ethiopia as the culture, the words, the sound, and the power. And it's echoed throughout the people. Like they say, it's going to be on people's hearts. So, yes, we need think tanks. Yes, we need places where people can learn to understand how self-governance really works in unison. Understand the reality of moving away from the tribalness and getting into statehood. Because your tribe is a state. Moving into statehood where you can move into federations. And this is the reality of how it's going to work. Because everyone who is your neighbor has an effect on you. They would like to preach to you in religion and within normal society that that's not true. You could do whatever you want. People mind your business. Don't worry about that and this and whatnot. but it all matters. Collective security and the brotherhood and the sisterhood of men and women. It has to work where if you are following the knowledge and you think about the process of knowledge, how knowledge is transformed, how knowledge is saved, how knowledge is transmuted into realities. You have to respect it to understand its purpose for humanity. And that is purpose for power. In the Constitution, it has that we shall not tax the people. There is something called a resource-based economy. We see it with the Venus Project. It's an economy where you use technology to harness food, minerals, and industry. That's the hardest things. But once that is taken care of in a scientific manner, it frees the people. If everybody is being fed, we have no excuses. And that's a possibility already. So when the Constitution talks about that, it puts it in a way where we don't burden the people. We don't beg the people. We educate the people. It's not about getting that dollar from nobody. It's about making a dollar. It's about barter and trade. And it's all about how we move in solidarity for knowledge. Everybody have the different prophecies. Everybody have their perspectives, but we have to look at it from a worldwide scale. And this is the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. For we the Black peoples, acknowledging the plurality amongst us to say that we have different types, different realities, different perspectives. But we are humanity. We are humanity. So when we speak about anything in the world of world issues, we have to speak from our perspective. Otherwise, it's insanity. We have to talk about what's going on in our neighborhoods, what's going on in Burkina Faso, what's going on in Mali, what's going on in Tanzania, what's going on in the Congo, what's going on in Venezuela, what's going on in Trinidad. Because we are a global body, a global people. And the only reasons why we are separated is just the system. Even though how we talk and we communicate with each other, it's no boundaries. So we have to put forth a reality that makes sense for us to implement, put in policies and procedures. Like they say, obedience is better than sacrifice.
Yes, sir, because obedience is your strength to your strength. Meaning, if you set up policies and procedures, it's to give you strength. And obedience to that becomes a solidarity amongst the people. And so the people can be Moors, the people can be Nation of Islam, people can be whatever, and we all EWF members, meaning we all functioning under a policy and procedures, a constitution that protects us and empowers us, that protects us and empowers us. And if we understand that, that's where the solidarity is united at. And then from there, when we say, okay, we have a standard of how water should be treated, right? There should be no hormonal variants placed in the water, meaning that they found, what is it, Avarance, Avatrax, whatever that thing is, that they found that they've been placing in the water system that can make frogs go from male to female. They did the same thing to a few birds. It changed them in their hormonal aspects, actually made the birds actually become gay, which depleted their population on a certain level. So they know that these chemicals in water, so we end up creating our standards, defining them based on our customary spiritual reality, and our standards protect water from those things. Then anywhere our people are, if water is being treated in this manner, which would be, let's say, our own water pools, because we're indigenous people, so we have the right to protect indigenous water sources from these types of chemical attacks. See, and so that means then we're not just EWF members saying, oh, we're just a black movement. Now we're out being environmental protectionists. We have to protect the environment based on the customary standards, based on indigenous standards. So that means now we have to build environmental teams, and we have to have environmental vision. So then now, in all those aspects of that, let's say many of our members are Rastafari. And because of that, they're members of the EWF. Under the EWF, our constitution and the Empire of Ethiopia's constitution protects their people's religious rights. So then that means as EWF members, we protect our members' religious rights wherever they are. So if they're in the UK, Canada, Jamaica, wherever they're at, we protect their rights. If a nation, a people, or somebody is attacking their rights, we let them know they're violating human rights. So then that means the EWF then becomes a human rights advocate, and then we're fighting for our people's religious rights. Then we can have members that are Muslim under Islam, and they can say they're being persecuted. Then our EWF will go be an advocate to protect their rights, because we are protecting the human rights of our members. See, so these become the works in those aspects of solidarity amongst our members. These become the works that are not under separation, but under unification, that are oneness. And it's not based on a bias, not based on, and this is where our Constitution says we do these things in a free of charge, meaning this is not something that we're telling people they got to pay us for, because this is what we are here to protect our people for. We're the government to protect our people for. You understand? So we don't have to tax them to pay us for this. This should be natural aspects. So as an EWF member, I'm always getting other members to contact and say that they're fighting this law case. They're fighting this. So I will go help them draft up motions, give the people notifications who they are under the EWF, so that they could do this. No charge, not charging them for this. No, because they're a member and they need protection. And that's our job. So as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have to notify other governments of who this member is, and that you should not be violating their rights. And what is the delegation of authority that you're proceeding over them under? So we have to help our members declare their rights. So that means then we become legal advocates, human rights advocates for our members. And this is the reality of the EWF. So we need members with vision who can read into the laws, who can understand these international standards, and who want to be fighters for their people. That means as a member, we're not sitting home saying we're waiting on the day that the EWF just gets some money and all of us can have a little piece of change. No, we're out here, got to go out and fight. That means you might not get no pay. You might not have no pay, but your goal and your vision is to fight for your people. That means then if there's a problem where you don't have a budget, if there is no budget to push these things, then you have to create the vision to create a budget. This is the vision that we're calling the members in on. This is what we're calling them for. You know, this is what we have to walk into as the visionaries of a new tomorrow. Not just in that claim, is because a lot of people are sitting around waiting on the colonizers and enslavers to change their system. They don't have the vision. See, so it's not their system, it's our system. And so we have to show them how to respect our system. That's where it comes in. We have to show them how to see and respect our system. And the respect for our system begins with us, respecting that we receive the charter from the Empire of Ethiopia. A charter from the Empire of Ethiopia. And I watch every day online right now people who are Democrats, people who are Republicans, saying here in America they're fed up with their government. And I have to always ask them, what makes you think that this was your government? If this is the people that, if this is the system that colonized and enslaved you, at what point did it become your government? When it decided to let you take part in a partial aspects as 3/5 of a person, still not recognizing you in the total capacity of. So when did it become your government? See, and so that's the mindset that's we're looking at. Is even in the Caribbeans, even in Ethiopia, we have people, members, EWF, we have Rastafari members who will say that they are citizens of CARICOM. They are citizens of the Caribbean. And you're not. If you're under the Ethiopian World Federation, you're an Ethiopian, you're a part of the Empire of Ethiopia. And you should speak from the charter of His Majesty, not as a citizen. You see, because the minute you ask these governments as a citizen for religious rights, you said that they have the power to define your life. And you give that authority to them. So it's not that we go to any government asking for religious rights. We go to governments informing them that they're violating human rights. Human rights. So this is the mentality. This is what we're pushing. And this means that when we talk about spiritual science, when we look at the tree of life, when we look at the Hebrew letters, when we look at the metal netta, when we look at all of the temple symbols, when we look at Yoruba, when we look at Dogon and Khan, when we go through all of these sciences is to make you remember yourself, bring you back to the divine intelligence, where you are truly a solution maker. Where you are truly a solution maker. That's the key at this time. Whatever spiritual science that you profess or you grow through, it should not have you in belief, but should have you in knowing. And in your knowing, you should move in power. You should move in confidence. You should move in answers. So when we do spiritual studies, it is to bring the consciousness into its highest intelligence. When we do law studies, it is to make us aware of our standing in law. What do we mean? Some people see His Imperial Majesty as religious, but they don't see His Majesty as the standing of law here in the living world. They see Him as something they have the right to believe in with faith, as a religion, as Jesus. But as the standing in law right here in the living world, to go to a government and say His Majesty is your standing in law. Most people don't profess that. They don't see that. They profess the religion, not His Majesty's life and life works under the law, under international law, and establishing us in our own liberation in human rights. So His Majesty's works in law, in the land of the living, most people do not acknowledge it in that capacity. They will go in the capacity that, yes, I have the right to believe in His Majesty as God. And some people will only see Him as King. Well, when we say King, when we say God, are you alluding only to a God construct in heaven, in a mystical place away from here? Or will you accept Him as the elect of God on earth as a standing in law? The same standing in law that the Pope used to declare the Papa Bull as the elect of God. The same law that King Charles of UK is saying that under the elect of God that he has a standing in law as a royal family. Well, we have to see His Majesty as our standing in law. Then we have to learn and educate our people how He is our standing in law. And there we build our solidarity. The question would be for the call when we say that His Majesty is our standing in law. He is our counteraction to our system, to this. He is our counteraction to this system of neo-colonialism, to these systems of slavery. He is our standing in law. Now, we had a member, and I don't want to say had a member, we have a member of the Ethiopian World Federation. And he was going through some trialing legal affairs. And the legal affairs was pushing him into medical institutions. So we filed on the claimage that the individual is a representative of the Ethiopian World Federation, making him a national of the Ethiopian World Federation, and that he's operating in his official capacity. So any law and things that he was filing is based on his learning to protect elderly and those of disabilities, mental health, and so forth. But he needs to be honored and protected under a diplomatic mission. And we had gave an order to them that they had to release him under the charter of His Imperial Majesty as a national and as a member of the Ethiopian World Federation as an Ethiopian. So we did all of this arguing for the brethren, right? But he didn't really quite comprehend His Majesty as the standing in law. And the brethren went right behind us and filed another letter and notice to the people as he was having a right based on being a citizen of the Caribbean island he was on. And so once he did this, we gave him notice and said, listen, brethren, we've argued for you as a member of the Ethiopian World Federation operating in your official capacity. And they released you. They let you go. You turned around and went back and argued that you were a citizen and that the Constitution of this country is what gives you right. So you've left the charter of His Majesty. You left the standing of law, that His Majesty was your standing in law. And now you're saying their system should protect you. What they have written in their laws, they should follow the policies and procedures, which gives them discretion, which gives them the way of interpretation. So now once you put yourself back into their jurisdiction, they could do what they want. And we warned him of those proceedings. And he proceeded with it, and the people that he got incarcerated by them again. And so we're try to educate our people so that we do not argue against our own empowerment, our own defense. Because many of times, many people have argued against His Imperial Majesty Rastafari based on religion. People have not come to understand His Majesty as a standing in law. So as we look at that, and I say look at that, pick out some of the things that you see that Babylon is doing right now, that the system is doing, and ask a question: how do we use our Constitution, our standing in law, and His Majesty to combat it? How do we stop members who may be from the Caribbean here in the Americas if the people started wanting to deport all of them? How do we stop that? Is that why some of the members in the Ethiopian World Federation might be scared to speak sovereignty, scared to speak in our power, because they may be afraid that they would be subject to attack and deportation? So how do we protect them from this? Is there a vision? Is someone thinking about this? Has this troubled anyone's mind? The floor is open. The floor is open. How do we use our power given by His Majesty to defend ourselves? The floor is open against the matrix. Give thanks. Floor is open. How do we use our charter, His Imperial Majesty as our standing in law, to counter the things that we see that are being implemented by the system? How do we do it? I ask the question again. We have some of our members, majority of a lot of our members in the Ethiopian World Federation come forth from the Caribbean islands and so forth, and they're residing here. Could the United States government attack them for speaking as a sovereign, for speaking as this, and try to deport them? Do we have a defense mechanism? How do we defend them? Are we considering these things? Are we implementing a system? What do we do for this? Is this a thought? Are we thinking about these things? How do we stop our people from being victims of being forced vaccinations? Are we thinking about these things? How do we implement against them? Is there the question of how is the Ethiopian World Federation a counterforce to these? The floor is open. Floor is open. And we're going to watch a video on this, the complexity of the matrix in which we live in. It's an older video, but it's right on point. It's still pointing to the reality of today. And a lot of times, again, we started off speaking about Republicans, Democrats here in America. Many of our educated college people have sworn that this is their government, which is the system of neocolonialism. But they are not aware of the trickery that has been implemented against them to gain their mental in compliance with it. So we will watch a video to help us stop being confused about the matrix and seeing how deep it is and how much it's working on us. So the floor is open. The floor is open. Someone has a word, an insight, a vision, a thought pattern. Has this been a worry? Anything we said, has that been a worry on your mind? Are you thinking of a counter plan? Do you want us to plan a counter plan? Should we have emergency tactics set in place for this if this was to happen or something was to happen? What would be it? So the floor is open. The floor is open. Give thanks.
Musa salam.
Yes.
Like you move. Yes, I had asked some things right before, but my phone was freezing up. So I had to come offline to see can I access some things because my phone was freezing. But yes, you know, from the beginning of I inception, you know, reality reality comes to implementation, you know? Reality comes to implementation. You know, we said faith without works is dead. So we have to perform the work. You know, we have to come together as one. You know, we have to see the vision, which shows us the mission. Then we have to initiate the mission and forward into the mission. You know, in this time, in this um, season of holiday, um, we have Kwanzaa coming up, and it said something about Kwanzaa and the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. Also, our Constitution, you know, we have these same principles. You know, it's about overcoming. That's why the inner peace is so important, because we are ministers of the nation. And if ministers of the nation can't overcome their self emotions on behalf of the nations, then the nation shall languish, you know, and things will not be accomplished, because they're putting the personal emotional before the nation, you know, because everything is written, and now it's time for the fulfillment. We know, stand in the fulfillment. That's how we first have to be renewed. You know, I turn to First Peter, chapter 2. Wherefore,
Yes, sir.
all
Yeah.
guile and hypocrisies and envies and all evil speaking, right? As a true statesman, you know, you got to be emotionless and on behalf of the people. Wherefore, laying aside all malice and all guile and hypocrisies and envies and all evil speaking, as newborn babies desire the sincere milk of the word that may grow, that you may grow thereby. If so be you have tasted that the Lord is gracious, to whom coming as unto a living stone, disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of Ixibia. That is last to the first, and precious. For through the palpable doctrine, we were disallowed. You know, they set up chattel slavery by color. So we was disallowed not by our deeds of righteousness, but by our ethnic and our race, whom to whom coming as unto a living stone, disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of Exhibir, Kedamawe, and precious. Ye also, as lively stones, are built up a spiritual house, a holy priesthood, to offer up iridical sacrifices acceptable to Abakadus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, by the anointed king. Wherefore also is contained in the scripture, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believe on him shall not be confounded. Unto you, therefore, which believe, he is precious, but unto them which be disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed is the same made the head of the corner, fireball, and the stone of stumbling, and a rock of offense, even to them that stumble at the word, being disobedient, whereunto also they were appointed for the redemption. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and holy nation, a peculiar people, nine ether, that should show forth the eyes of him who has called you out of darkness into his marvelous light, which in time past were not a people. Before he did this, we was not a people. Our nationhood has been trampled on. Our customary sovereignty has been removed, which in time past were not a people, but are now the people of Siam Exhibir, which had not obtained mercy, but now have attained mercy through him. Dearly beloved, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust, which war against the soul, which is namely from the beginning that we spoke of. Wherefore, laying aside all malice and all guile and hypocrisies and envies and all evil speaking that fight against the nation. It fight against the nation. It stop us from coming together. It stop our nation and from us preserving the word. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people that should show forth the eyes of him who has called you out of darkness into the marvelous light. But we said before, the eyes you given to him is being obedient, that the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, the infants cared for, the prisoners visited, the caring for the nation, to invoke the policies that are needed on behalf of the nation, the things that are needed on behalf of the nation, to seal up this liberation, to seal up in this liberation, right? So we can seal it up unto you, a stone unto you. Therefore, which believe he is precious, but unto them which be disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed, the same is made of the head of the corner, a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense. Even to them that stumble at the word, being disobedient, whereunto also they were appointed. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people that should show forth the praises of him who has called you out of darkness into his marvelous light, which is peace. When in time past you were not a people, but are now the people of Exibia, which had not obtained mercy, but now have obtained mercy. Dearly beloved, I beseech you, as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust which war against the nation, having your conversation honest among the Gentiles, that whereas they speak against you as evildoers, they may by your good works which they shall behold glorify see them exhibit in the day of visitation through our works and saving our own nations. They have to have respect for us. Submit yourself to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake, wherefore it be to the king as supreme, or as unto governors, or as to them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers and for the praise of them that do well. For he set up the federation, he set up the offices and everything for us to be able to do. For so is the will of Exhibir, that with well doing ye may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men, as free, and not using your liberty for a cloak of maliciousness, but as the servants of Exhibir. Honor all men, love brotherhood, fear Exhibir, and honor the king. But in our liberty, instead of building in the self-determination for our nation, we ran after the lust. So now we are in a very precarious situation that's going on, a very precarious situation. And when we come to the 7 principles of Kwanzaa now, Umoja, which is unity, Kujijakalia, self-determination, Ujima, collective work and responsibility, Ujama, collective economics, Nia, purpose, Kumba, creativity, and Amani, faith. All of these things are needed for us to be able to exercise ourselves in a manner that we have to exercise ourselves in a manner that we have to, which is the Ethiopian World Federation. We the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. So we have to implement, we have to carry out, we have to carry out these things. We have to implement and carry out our Constitution that's been bequeathed to we for the same, which is to promote love and goodwill among Ethiopians at home and abroad, and thereby to maintain the integrity and sovereignty of Ethiopia, to disseminate the ancient Ethiopian culture among its members, to correct abuses, relieve oppression, and call for ourselves and our posterity a destiny comparable with our idea of perfect manhood and Exubia's purpose in creating us, that we may not only save ourselves from annihilation, but carve for ourselves a place in the sun. In this endeavor, we determine to seek peace and pursue it, for it is the will of Exubia for man. So this we have been given a mission to perform under the sun, moon, and stars. But most people are individually trying to get to heaven. So they care not of this world now, because they're on their own individual fast, trying to get to heaven and secure their place in the afterlife. But when we just read in the beginning of this session in Isaiah 58, that's not the fast he asked of us. Because we're already in the redemption and the restoration. He said the fast is not the fast I require of you. It's the hungry be fed, and you loose the prisoners from the pit, and break every yoke. This is the fast of the Lord, to fulfill the blessing of the promised land for the righteous. But most people are on this individual fast to get to heaven and to live in heaven. That's a different thing. So they're not mature, they're not spiritually mature to handle situations right now in this realm, because it's meaningless to them. They don't, because they're an individual. They're not really working together as a nation to pull together all of these principles of Kwanzaa and the principles that we see in our Constitution.
Do you think that they see the yoke unbreakable? The yoke unbreakable. They haven't seen that His Majesty broke the yoke, and they don't
Right.
break.
Yes, I they're not seeing it like that, King. They are on a individual spiritual tribe trying to get to heaven. So this Constitution, what we read in our Constitution, and the mission we gave to us is to call for ourselves a place under the sun, right? This is in tune with Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 21. Why do we keep these ways? Why do we keep the laws and the precepts and the covenants of the Most High and the Ten Commandments? And we exemplify the walk of Christ to be merciful, forgivable, and judgment at the same time, and hold grace. Why do we do these things? That our lives may be multiplied, our days and our children's days may be multiplied in the land which the Lord swore to our forefathers to give us as the days of heaven upon the earth. So our Constitution is in line with our blessing as stated by the scriptures that is written. And the king has come to fulfill that, and has fulfilled that through word and law. Because in the 1931 Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 31D is how he gave us the Shashamani land grant, all by law. So our faith has become our law, and our law has become our reality and our sovereignty and our defense. But we have to come together to enact it together, and standing. Like the ice saying, but our back is against the wall. Now we have to have food security. If we establish nothing but food security, that would be the first step and the first grandest things we could do is establish food security. Because the UN, they had a forum on is food a human right? And two nations voted against it.
Ain't that something else?
Two nations voted against is food a human right? And the two nations who voted against it in the UN was the United States and Israel. It's two nations voted against it.
But
We have to know
and
because they are the ones who are patenting. They're the ones who are patenting um, the food supply. They're putting patents on the food supply. So we have to know what that means. That you patent a tomato. Now you're saying it's your tomato, or you patent a orange, and now you say that orange is that's your orange. You know what I mean? And so you know can't no one else use that orange. Unless they have your permission. Because you're patenting. We witnessed them patenting food in our time and in our era.
They patent people.
We have witnessed this. So yes, you know, okay. This is let me see if I have it right here. I want the item to see this food security is very important for us. We have to do this because that's the major thing that they're trying to um invoke and stop. All right. All right. Let's check this here right here. Can the item see the screen? Aye.
Yes, sir. We can see it.
Yes, I. All right. When the UN General Assembly voted in December 2021 to affirm the right to food as a fundamental human right, the United States and Israel were the only two countries to vote against the resolution ARES 76/166. The resolution passed overwhelmingly 186 in favor to 2 against, 5 abstentions. The U.S. cited unbalanced provisions, while Israel also opposed the text, leading to significant global discussion. Date: December 2021. Resolution A dash A slash RES slash 76 slash 166. The right to food. Outcome: 186 in favor, 2 against. United States and Israel, 5 abstinence. Reason for opposition: the U.S. delegation stated the resolution contained unbalanced, inaccurate, and unwise provisions. Concerns was raised that language around food sovereignty could support protectionism or interfere with trade and intellectual property. You see, because they have been patenting seeds, the GMO seeds. They're patent. You can't use their seed without their permission. This vote reinforced the idea that access to adequate food is a universal right. Through the U.S. maintain it's a goal to be achieved gradually rather than a legally enforceable international obligation. Fireball. Fireball. Did the item hear that? What? Did the item hear that? I read that again. This vote reinforced the idea that access to adequate food is a universal right, though the United States, U.S., maintains it's a goal to be achieved gradually rather than a legally enforceable international obligation. Yes, So I would say food sovereignty is a major step for us. Because a nation that feeds itself and clothes itself, it's a nation that sustains itself. See, like, so, earlier, yes, I.
The the chaplain has made some very powerful key points, and I think when we think about food security, we come to the dilemma here in the West of land. And then that becomes another thing that we have to start looking at is the EWF and the counter aspects of that. So we say, okay, Africa, there's plenty of land. So it's a good component to start for the food security with the operations in Africa. But here in the West, the America and so forth, we're struggling for the positions of land. But then there's a counter reality, is that the land that we're saying we're talking about, these people stole land. And so we hear people now expressing that the melanated, the indigenous black peoples were here in the Caribbeans, in the West, in Americas, in South America. And we can track history to show that Ethiopians were here in Peru all the way through into the Americas, the Yucatan. So we have countermeasures even on those aspects. So then that comes to land. So how do we then set up legal teams, legal research teams to start developing plans to push for the return of certain lands? These aspects are what is all embodied in the EWF. And we have to see them. Those are the keys that we each hold here right now. The EWF has all of these aspects, but then the next aspects, we talk about funding. Funding. Well, will we be able to fund the movements of the EWF based on the dues as members? We've realized that is utterly impossible unless we increase our membership drive to where we're able to push in the next few 6 months or a year an increase to about 1 million members. Then we can create a functioning budget as a government to expand the missions and the projects of the EWF for sustainability, for food security. But then that requires major membership drive. So now you say, okay, well, membership drive. Will we travel to different areas just trying to get people? What can we do? What's our low-hanging fruit? So Local 49, we started our algorithm program. What is our algorithm program? We started a program where telling each one of our members for Local 49 that we will share in each other's posts. We will have collective posts that we post together. We will do everything in the digital aspect as a collective, creating a strong algorithm, thereby extending our reach in social media to a massive amount of people. Meaning, let's just take, for instance, My Instagram, I have about 10,500 or so followers, right? I have posts that have reached up to 1 million people on some of my posts. So let's just say I got 10,000 followers. There are about uh, uh, 7 other members of the local that are online regular. We're all sharing posts and getting posts. I can look at my weekly reach, that they would say my weekly reach of posts may have reached 100,000 people. Let's just say that. So it reached 100,000 people. Could have reached 500,000 people. But I'm gonna use 100,000, which mine usually get about 250 to 500,000 in a week. So let's just say I reach 100,000 people. Now, it's 7 of us. So every week we have the potential of reaching 700,000 people. Now, let's just say if all of us have at least a reach of 200,000, then we have the ability to reach 1.4 million people a week. So now we're talking about membership drive, and we create an algorithm that is strong. Not only does that become a strong algorithm, that is a business plan. How is that a business plan? Meaning that that algorithm is a marketing scale. So now the local has the ability to tell other companies, peoples, that we can brand you and we can reach over 1 million people every week. If you want us to market you, you want us to put you on our algorithm, here we charge a fee of this and we'll run your stuff for a week. We'll run your stuff for 3 days. Here are our fees. And this is the amount of people that our algorithm touches. That's business, but it's collective, it's solidarity, it's unity that creates it. That's what we've been doing. So we look at the low hanging fruits to reach a component and then set the next goal to reach the next goal or component. So if we use the algorithm, we can increase membership. We increase membership, we can have a budget to increase reaching some of the projects. The projects then have their own effects of economical empowerment and so forth. So this is how we have to strategically look at the EWF. And then again, as we've been saying, His Majesty is our standing in law. We have to educate the people so that everyone is speaking the power that His Majesty has given us. See, the key is if we don't speak the power, if we're not walking in that power, we're walking and operating against it. We're speaking against it. We're countering it with our own, what we think is regular things. And so these regular things. So let me get ready. Then we're gonna look at this video. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and go to the video. This is actually Baba Phil Valentine. He breaks down. All right. So okay, let me bring up this video. Give me one moment.
We'd like to welcome you to everything there is to know. This is our life, this is our music, it's our minstrel show. We'd like to welcome you to everything there is to know.
You can hear it, correct?
This is our life, this is our music, it's our minstrel show.
It's the Minstrel Show starring Fontaine, rapper Big Pooh.
Next to that, Hotel. Thank you. It's been a while since I've been back here in Atlanta. I miss you guys. It's give thanks, beloved. We love you too. We've been sojourning, been through some trials, and we're coming full circle now because we're seeing the fruits of labor that we didn't think was ever going to be birthed. And you know what it's like, sisters, to be in labor and wishing this thing would just be over with, processed, so you can see the gift. Well, now I am just amazed, after 35 years of being in the underground metaphysical community, which I created in New York, to see it literally explode like a nuclear bomb in consciousness. And it feels good to be able to speak language and people understand and understand what I'm saying. Because back in the days when I was talking to 2 or 3 people, and even they thought I was crazy, I had to get them into the language, which is what we're going to do today, to decode and deconstruct exactly what's going on today so that our children, which is probably going to be told on YouTube, will get reintroduced to me. Because everybody seeing me on YouTube now for the first time thinks that I'm a new jack coming in there. And I just want to tell the young brothers and sisters of the YouTube generation that I'm old school, was out there with the revolutionaries, sat at the feet of the masters that preceded us. We were there, Sister Tassili, she knows, we were there in the trenches attempting to get this consciousness out to the brothers and sisters on a whole level. We dealt with the nationalist community, but when I went to sit before the elders and asked them, when you teach us the history, could you please tell us a little something about the mystery? Because the mystery behind the history is what made our people great. What they were dealing with were the effects of our people's mystery system. So a lot of the elders were kind of remiss or a little recalcitrant to give us any information, especially Dr. Ben, Baba Ben. He wouldn't give us any information about that, obviously thinking that we weren't ready. But I believe we were ready because I felt that I was ready. And I opened up the underground metaphysical community in New York for that purpose, to study the mystery. What made our people great? Not the acts of conquest and building pyramids, but what were the thought processes, the abstract consciousness that went into solving the mystery of how to put a pyramid together. What were they studying? Who were they studying? So we came about and we did that. This is just a little upgrade for the brothers and sisters, the young brothers and sisters, wanting to know who I am and what I've been doing. Just bringing the mystery system, or what we call the path of the hidden light. That's what it was called. There was no mystery system. It was the path of the hidden light. And if you wanted to study more about the path of the hidden light, you would have to join our university online, where we teach online in real time around the world. In fact, we were the first to teach in real time in cyberspace, to create a campus in cyberspace, to the point when our beloved Dr. Jeffries and I talked, he picked up that particular premise and went forward with it to deal with that way of teaching in Africa. So we teach in a cyber university called the University of Commission Sciences. We teach metapsychology. We teach naturopathy in hygienic sciences. And we teach the Medu Neter, which is the ancient language that we are intent on making the second language of our children. Because if you were to listen to the ancient Melanesian tongue, it sounds like Arabic. It sounds like all of the ancient tongues that are being spoken out there in amalgam. So when my children used to go to the museums and listen to the tour guides telling them what was there, I had an 8 or 9-year-old boy correcting him. Wow. That's what we're talking about, because our ancestors left that in the stone so that they can be read by our children, and to reactivate what we're going to be speaking about, that consciousness, that download waiting to happen for our children. Because we are light beings, as you know, but we don't know how we're light beings and why we're light beings and why we have to have a memory jar. We have to kickstart the memory, the genetic memory, so we can start waking these people up. The children know it because they don't want to learn what you've been learning anymore in this education system. And I call it a education system because it's been putting our children to sleep, not waking them up. They're in coma right now. So what I wanted to do was to reference today, Professor Grip and I got together. First and foremost, I want to give a little thanks, some thanks to, where are all my materials now? Where are they stealing my materials to? Everybody run off with me. Where I go? Okay. Gotcha. First things first. First, I'd like to thank the drummers of the duat. Come on, y'all, give it up for these fellas. There were 3 beautiful sisters, African dancer. Let me just read it off here. Brother Chosen, Brother King, Brother Falangi is speaking. The duat, founders of the duat, KT and KB. The DVD, Protect the Guilty. But I can't say anything about that because essentially whatever it is that I have done to aid in the raising of the consciousness index of the planet, that's going to be what I've been here to do, stationed here to do, and that's it. Whatever recompense I get is not to me to enrich myself on somebody else's education. It don't make any sense. My richness and what I am going to be enriched by is the fact that I am being fed back by what it is that I am seeding. Just like I plant food, I will be able to be nourished by that because I may have to choose one of you all to come back through. So if I'm lying to you all, what am I doing except lying to myself? So I said, I'm going to call this Stop Playing and Being Played, decloaking the mind-fuck methodologies of the parasitic elite, operating through gender, media, politics, and entertainment. All right, now see, a lot of people don't understand that when anybody comes to my lectures, you know, everybody says, oh, well, you know, if you could just say a few words without using certain expletives. I've been expletiving all my life. And the thing about it is, I don't want everybody to be, because I could get college and very educated and talk nasal and very sophisticated. I have very good education. I was beat to death in Catholic school, so you know I learned something. The thing is that when I want to express myself through passion, and there's certain words that just kind of put a punctuation point on it, even though the elders would kind of cringe and I would not do that. So, listen, I'm feeling free. If I want to punctuate like that, then I'm punctuating, just to give you an understanding and understanding of what I mean. So we are decloaking the methodology. And that's what I'm saying there, the mindfuck, that is a true and real title from the NSA, MK Ultra. These words were used. Operation Mindfuck. So I'm not saying anything that is not being put into history. Okay? Now, moving forward, first things first. Okay? First things first. I don't care how you're dressing, how you are pimping, how you're laying, how you're styling and profiling. You are not a player. We're going to begin a little softly today so that we can get the young people to understand what time it is. You are not a player. You cannot be a player because you are the played. Clowns dress up to perform for you. And most of the brothers that are playing at the bling end of rap are clowns. When hip-hop came out in the beginning, it was a harmonic of what we had left in the nationalist community, in the angst community, I call it, in the angry part of our people. This is what hip-hop was. It was to bring joy, but to maintain and continue the message. But we will see that it has been co-opted, and we are going to examine the methodologies for that co-option. And it's for the children because you maybe have heard me speak about this earlier and put the science together, but maybe the children that are now going to listen to this have not heard it put quite this way. And I needed to incorporate a few things so that we would be very clear. This is from a movie, and I know maybe most of you all have seen that movie, and they are doing a remake of it. But I know I'm going to go and see it. Because when this came out in the movies, I went to see it on the second day. On the fourth day, they took it off. They took it off out of the movies. Why? Because at the time, they had glasses, cobalt glasses, that Polaroid had put out. And there was a recall of 386,000 Polaroid new glasses made out of a cobalt lens. You see, no matter what you think, there are harmonics and frequencies that are right now working with certain words that are being transported through the air, though you think you can't hear it with your conscious mind. Every part of you right now is processing these words. Kill, fuck, will, party. These words are trigger mechanisms, and you're going to see it as we get deeper into how the techniques and the methodologies are working. As we work to find out where we came from and what's going on, the first thing you must understand is that there is no game. There is no game. Only the delusion you've been given to concentrate on and to participate in. We think there's a game because they made us believe there's a game by setting up the synchronicity of a quote-unquote game. Your participation is the agreement, and it is the mortar and the cement that solidifies the reality. We will begin to see how, in the simplest ways that we use language, we are solidifying that delusion into our reality. But we must first understand that there is no game. Now, I know it's going to say, "Wait a minute, game, I'm out here, we out here to play it and to win it. We out here to do this." No, there ain't. There is no game. It is what you've been molded to believe is real. You are playing in an illusion. There is no game. There is only control. There is only control. How? Because no matter what it is you think, or what position on the field you think you're playing in, you are exercising your activities within a controlled and confined environment of activity. Anything you do is controlled. Everything that you think of is put into your head. Anything you've reacted to was to react to what they gave you to react to, and that in itself is a form of control. So when they start whipping on us, or they start shooting brothers and sisters in the neighborhood, and they get your reaction, let's go march. Control. Unless you have destroyed the power that has persecuted you, you march, burn down a few houses, talk about you got civil rights, if you have not destroyed the system that was in place. All you've done is make it stronger. Now they know everything that you're going to do for next time. And the same people are in charge. There is no game. There is only control. Overstand and understand that Operation Mindfuck is actually the manipulation of inevitability. When you have a place and a point you want the herd to end up, you manipulate the herd in such a way so that they will inevitably follow the track that will bring them to your inevitability. So if I were to fertilize the environment that I want to herd the cattle in, I have to fertilize the inevitability to attract you to it. I create a goal, sell the goal, and give you the path by which you go to buy it or buy into it. These words that we're going to be using are essentially words necessary for you to start decoding the words in your head, because even the taped loop of conversation with yourself is in a language that doesn't belong to you. Therefore, you are perpetrating and perpetuating your enslavement through the semantics of your lockdown. So understand that even when you talk to yourself like a slave. Because as you speak that language, holographically, you are only focused into what they put as the reality to describe that with the semantics they gave you. Can your semantics give you a reality outside of the confines of where you are? When you go to describe a phenomenon and you have to use the English language, how do you describe and bring that phenomenon into your reality if you can't find the words? Oh, we're going to get a little deep today. Go ahead. Come on. Let's go, brother. Understand that there are 4 principles that these people use. And don't worry about it, brothers and sisters, if you can't see it directly, the tape is going to be there. Brother is definitely taking it down. I told him that this is the most important thing right now. In our school, we teach that there are 4 aspects to lockdown. One is the orchestration of the speculation. You orchestrate the speculation. Psychogenic inducement, preemptive consent, and synthetic or counterfeit synchronicity. These are words you better get used to, because these are the semantics of the lockdown that you are presently participating in. We're going to break them down. We're going to let you know how to see when they're playing Operation Mindfuck on you. Okay. Orchestrating the speculation. What is a speculation? From somebody in the audience. Give me the definition that your master told you was the meaning for speculation. Good. Someone else said an assumption. Well, isn't reality an assumption?
Well, if I know how to orchestrate the assumption, I orchestrate your reality. If your assumptions are premeditated and placed there by the matter-of-fact reality that your mother and father handed down to you, and the matter-of-fact day-to-day reality that the education system gives to you, what else but you are byproducts of a manipulated speculation. And that speculation can give birth to so many branches of bullshit reality. And every time one of us catches up with it to let the brothers and sisters know, they create another branch. So the speculation starts becoming like an amoeba. It starts reproducing. Psychogenic inducement. Psycho, meaning mind. Genic, meaning body at the essential level. Inducement, what does that mean? To seduce you, to get you into it. Psychogenic inducement means if I want your mind, I have to mess with your genetics. So to induce your mind to think a specific way or to not think in a specific way, I have to mess with you by inducing your genetics with poison. Therefore, I destroy the four fundamental anchors and the four fundamental foundations to existence: fire, air, water, and earth, which constitutes the W-O-R-D of God. Once I have hold of the W-O-R-D of God at the essential level in the form of the fire, air, water, and earth, I am dealing with the activities of the alchemic principles of God. Therefore, I'm messing with the word, not only in the elemental planes, but in the semantic planes as well, where your brain operates. So, psychogenic inducement is destroying your body by polluting the water, polluting the air, changing the genetics of your food, because remember, in 2000 at the Gathering of the Masters, I said that eating is a form of communication. That when you eat the proper foods, the genetics in the food are translating as well as transmitting information that Nature Mother is passing on to you from the psycho-spiritual plane. And when Nature Mother is passing on information to you from the psycho-spiritual planes, you know just what the fuck to do if there was a tsunami coming over your ass. You'd have been gone. The animals know it. They don't step outside of their instinctive behavior. You do. So now they must destroy that organic connection between you and the Earth Mother, so that when you are ripped from her breast, there is no more communicating between her, because remember, as the Earth, she's picking up star code, light conditions, light code conditions that she is now using to entrain within the Earth, so that whatever the Earth produces becomes information carried on and passed on to you. So I have to destroy your genetics. When I destroy your genetics, I destroy you and your higher consciousness and your ability to achieve higher consciousness, because the only way your physical body can process higher consciousness is if your cells are healthy. Seedless grapes. If you're eating seedless watermelons, how in the hell do you know you're eating a watermelon or grapes? You know that the seed bears the fruit. And if it has no seed, there is no information passed on to the fruit. Frankenfood, they used to call it. Preemptive consent. I do things to
to make you think things are real, so therefore you believe it's real, and I get you to think this way, and you will preemptively consent to whatever that reality tells you to do. I will preempt you even having an ability to sit down and decipher. Because by automatic reflex, since everybody else is doing it, we got the 100th monkey syndrome going on. Synthetic synchronicity. Synchronicity is something that Freud and Jung and the rest of these bastards, which you're going to get to learn about, set up. Because they set it up so that once you are synchronized into thinking and believing a certain way, I can synthetically create a condition that makes you believe it's real, and you walk along that path and see signs that are not there, based on what I made you believe is real. So these four concepts, which I have not yet gotten really deep into in school, in the classes, we get much deeper into them. You get an idea of where they work from. These are the four foundations to how they perpetuate Operation Mindfuck. When you understand that this cabal called the Illuminati is dealing from a place of mind control. Because they can't physically control every human on the planet. That's why they want to crop 2 to 3 billion over the next 10 years. And I would say to the mothers and parents out there, be mindful, because come August, September, and October, there will be a campaign to put the poison needle to work. To vaccinate your children against a bullshit disease that does not exist, that was created, but if your healthy body has the ability to have a runny nose, to cough, sneeze, and go through a fever, you can get rid of it. Because sickness and illness and disease is health. Understand it? When you have a disease, that is the body's divine mechanism for bringing you back into equilibrium, or ma'at. We look at it in the paradigm of the oppressor and the perpetrator and the parasitic elite. We look at it the way they want us to look at it so that they can continue to attack us. But by the time you get an effect on the surface of your body was already 2 weeks in the process of cleaning and eliminating the garbage. By the time you get a cold or a sniffle, those are the tertiary and quaternary stages of your disease. The real disease started below the threshold of your reality or your even knowledge. Now, as we move and understand how the Illuminati plays at mind control, you will understand that there are techniques of the parasitic elite, or what we entities who we call quote-unquote God's children, but there are second-order entities that live like parasites off your fear, your anguish, everything that you kick off as humanly possible. Human reactions give off energies and radiations, and there are parasites, energy parasites that suck and feed on that. That's why you have so many children disappearing, because children's fear is almost like sweet candy and ice cream to them. So what you have now, essentially, in the Illuminati's lexicon of control are some of the other words, or words that dovetail from the original four. So what we will deal with is what we call the auric vampirism, which is what they call sacrifice. So anytime they start dealing with going to war, that's collective auric sacrifice. Whenever there is a war and there is people dying, there is a release of enormous amounts of energies that they feed from. And I know it sounds crazy, but understand we haven't even scratched the surface of what's really going on in our reality today. We have what is known as virtual experience entrainment. You are all vicarious experiencer of the realities that we are dealing with. We live a vicarious experience, and we will speak about that. We are talking about belief inducement, second intentions. We're talking about invented impediments, reality as only a description, preemptive consent. We're dealing with distorted nomenclature. We're dealing with cult of personality and false dichotomy. These words are essentially some of the tactics The psychological, very subtle tactics being used by the parasitic elite to keep us in light code lockdown. Again, there is no game, there is only control. You are being controlled, and when you go home, I would suggest that you look around your house to see what it is that keeps you plugged into the matrix, and see what it is that you are dependent upon, see what it is that makes you feel that you can't do without. Besides the food that you become addicted to, which is really not food because real food doesn't addict. We'll say that again. Only poisonous foods can addict you. You cannot be addicted to an apple. The only way you can be addicted is if something poisons you, and with that poison, the poison takes something from you, creating a deficit in your body, which your body then aches for. That's how crack works. Brothers and sisters, we are being engineered genetically, socially, sexually, and psychologically to serve the parasitic elite of the Illuminati. They have undermined institutions like marriage and the archetypal family, culture, and spirituality to promote depravity, dysfunction, corruption, and division. They have orchestrated 2 world wars and are planning a 3rd before 2012. Understand, everyone, that we are essentially exactly in, as Brother Common had the common sense to say, we are essentially in a lockdown. And that lockdown gives us certain energies that we think comforts us into believing that we have everything working for us. But everything inside of that reality is telling us to do everything contrary to our spiritual development. They're doing everything they can to dismantle what you would organically see by your self-organic resurrection or development or enhancement and ascension. So Common said something very interesting. Common said universal mind control. And that's where we are. They said that they want to deal with universal mind control. So in this mind control think tank that we're going to be dealing with, we're going to be breaking down a few of the ways that it happens. Now, the first thing we got to do is to go through the history. You got to know who it is that's been working you so that you can recognize the names, and then when you get the names, you go and you do your investigation. See, I'm not just giving you this to you to see, okay, well, Valentine says something. No, you get your ass going, you check out the data that's relevant to you, and get busy to find out what it is, what it's going to mean in your life, and do something about it. People come here because they're information addicts. They like to hear information so they can talk about it around the water cooler. Guess what I heard? This is not for gossip. This is not gossip. First things first, these are some of the different tactics of universal mind control. We've heard of MK Ultra, but we haven't heard about Monarch and Project Superman. Project Superman is what they're using in the military right now as we speak. Psychotronics and ELF microwave, virtual experience entrainment, psychogenics, subliministics, neuromapping, psyops, diops, microchip implants, ELF weaponry, chemtrails, and drugs. And drugs, by drugs, I mean not the ones that you put into your vein, not the ones you snort up, not the ones you be toting. I'm talking about what you eat. Because addictions come in the form of what they tell you is food as well. And they got to addict you because it's a business. You got to go back and keep eating it. Now, universal mind control. Who, where, when it all began, how, where, why it was perfected. Let's get some of the people involved with who this is. Johann Garth wrote, "None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free." Now, a white man said something very potent. And I think it don't matter who it came from. Makes sense to me, because I know some Negroes who really believe that they're free. We had hundreds of millions of them actually going out there talking about being free. And you know, just to dovetail off of what you said, good brother, about this Obama drama that black folks got sucked into. I did a whole thing on Obama. I warned you all about him in 2005. I mean, they said people heard my Death March video. And I told you, watch out for that Negro, because he was Illuminati. But of course, only a few people heard it. Then when I came out and started talking about him being Malcolm's son, everybody just went crazy. I said he looked like Malcolm. So here, I was just going to do the forensics and make you judge him. Now they got him as Akhenaten, returned. Because you know they're up there digging in Kemet for a reason. They're giving them genetics because their genetics are dying out. They hit zero population back in 1994. And they need to use the cream of the crop genetics. Okay? So, none are so blind and hopelessly enslaved than those who believe they are free. A man by the name of Edward Bernays wrote a book called Propaganda. And this is how mind control works today, beloved brothers and sisters. We are governed, our minds molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men who we have never heard of. Whatever attitude one chooses to take toward this condition, it remains a fact that in almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by a relatively small number of persons, a trifling fraction of our 120 million who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires, which control the public mind, and who harness old social forces and continue new ways to bind and to guide the world. This is not a joke. This is not frivolous. There are people working your minds from back then. There is a book out called Public Opinion. You need to make it part of your library. Why? Because it's from this book that they began to show all the ways that the Illuminati started to control paradigm. In 1922, a man named Walter Lippmann, the first to translate Sigmund Freud's works into English, was to become one of the most influential of political commentators. He spent World War I at the British Psychological Warfare and Propaganda Headquarters in Wellington House, working with a group that includes Freud's nephew, Edward Bernays. From his book, Public Opinion, published 1 year after Freud's Mass Psychology, he defined the term public opinion as, quote, the pictures inside the heads of human beings.
Now, I want to stress to pay attention here, because this is where he defines. This is where he defines the systems that they use to implement the goals of control and neocolonialism. And so this is where we have to think of our counter systems, because, you know, you can't chase the illusion of a Democratic vote if that's not what's controlling the reality. You can't chase the illusion of a Republican vote if that's not what's controlling the reality. So here is where he defines and gives you the information of looking at the control factors, what you call Illuminati control. So this is very important. This is crucial here. Ross Kamari asked for this component here, so just wanted to make sure I make that clear, for the record. So we'll go back to this with Ross.
Beings. The pictures of themselves, of others, of their needs and purposes and relationships. These are their public opinions. Those pictures which are acted upon by groups of people or by individuals acting in the name of groups are public opinion with a capital letter. So essentially, anything you think about that you think you have to think about or you can't help think about is public opinion they put in your head. And they do things to you so that you would react, so that now you've created a whole other loop in your head that becomes your new public opinion. You get locked down by thinking them as more powerful, them having more than you, them enslaving you. If you were to drop everything now and not buy a damn thing for the next week, he would shrivel up and die, blow away. You talk about a day of absence. Unless you learn to fast, purify, or know where to eat grass, you ain't coming out. You ain't bringing this beast down. And ain't no guns going to do it because they're waiting for you to get the guns. In fact, they'll bring it to you. You ain't organized. You ain't ready for war. And the thing is, war got to start in chaos. There is no leader that if anybody comes up as a leader, they've been picked. Understand that if a leader can actually go out and take a public forum and get TV time, understand that there are leaders that can do that, but they are under the deepest scrutiny and will be taken out like that. Understand that your leader and the war and the revolution will happen in a spark, just like lightning hitting dry brush. It's not going to be something, okay, all right, your brothers go over there, and we'll be over there. We'll call you on the cell phone when time to attack. It's not going to work. It has to come from a mob of people bum rushing the halls of authority, destroying the halls of authority. Okay, thanks, brother. And a leader coming out of that is a real leader. But you see, anything that begins has a birth, a time of fruit, and a corruption time. And anything you create will be corrupted. That's the nature of things in third density. And that's the part of the mystery system that was not taught to us. The only way we have to get to beat this thing is to understand how the Kemites did their science of incorruptibility. If we don't understand the science of incorruptibility, we put people in there that will lead us into corruption. And when you have leaders who are corrupt, then the society is doomed. Because the people need to overthrow corruption. They need to put people in there. When you're a leader, your mind belongs to the people, and the people are your mind. If you have an isolated agenda from the people, then you're no leader. You're a dictator. And this is exactly what it is we have today. People who dictate the bullshit to us. He also said that Lippmann further showed that people are more than willing to reduce complex problems into simplistic formulas. So when you get a problem, you want somebody to give it to you in a little spoon so that you can say, okay, that's it? Okay, I can handle that. You don't want to work it out for yourself. You don't want to get into the mind necessary to bring out a solution. To form their own opinions of what they believe others around them believe. Truth becomes optional. Appearance of reports in the media further give the aura of reality to those stories. If it wasn't real, why would it be reported? Also, people whose frame is built up by the media, such as movie stars and recording artists, can become opinion leaders with as much power to sway public opinion as political figures themselves. Popular opinion, he says, is ultimately determined by the desires and the wishes of an elite social set. That set is a, quote, powerful, socially superior, successful, rich, urban social set, which is fundamentally international throughout the Western Hemisphere, and in many ways, London is its center, as brother said. Okay, you have to get these little fundamentals so you can understand where we're going. It counts among its membership the most influential people in the world, containing as it does the diplomatic sets, high finance, the upper circles of the army and the navy, the princes of the church, the great newspaper proprietors, their wives, mothers, and the daughters who wield the scepter of invitation. So the women of the upper class are the ones that say, no, we don't invite them. I don't like them. Let's bring them in, and they come in there with a basket and give them the notoriety. So when the Negroes go up there and they start brushing, oh man, I went over there to meet, what's his name? I shook hands with George Bush, and I'm skinning and grinning and shaking hands with Obama, and oh, we're doing prayers with Obama, and all this bullshit. The information about Obama being a bisexual comes out. Don't tell nobody. Nobody can tell you about that shit. That's why the homosexuals bum rushed him and made him sign that, or else we want to out your ass. That's why he did it. Because the pictures of him and a minister, a priest or a minister who will remain unnamed, hugging and kissing him. We won't go into that right now. Public opinion must therefore be organized for the press, not by the press. Also, it is not sufficient to rely on the whims of a super social set to manipulate the pictures in the people's head. That job can only be managed by a specialized class which operates through our intelligence bureaus. This is in public opinion. He goes on to say the masses of absolutely illiterate, feeble-minded, grossly neurotic, undernourished, and frustrated individuals is very considerable. Much more considerable, there is reason to think, than we generally suppose. Thus, a wide popular appeal can be circulated among persons who are mentally children or barbarians, whose lives are a morass of entanglements, people whose vitality is exhausted, shut-in people, and the people whose experience comprehended no factor in the problem under discussion. In other words, you are useless eaters, as he says, you are the sheeple, you are cattle, and everything you do based on desperation. So they can manipulate you. All you have to do is manipulate your desperation and your fear, and they got you running because 9/11's coming again, 9/11's coming again. Now, the plan to create public opinion back in 1913, isn't that interesting? The plan to mold, it came about at the same time when they began to start establishing the Federal Reserve, the IRS. This is when it started as a propaganda factory centered in Wellington House in London. Lord Edward Grey, the British Foreign Secretary at the time, installed Alfred Harmsworth, Lord Northcliffe, Britain's most influential newspaper magnate, as its director. Lord Northcliffe's position was oversighted by Lord Rothmere on behalf of the British Crown. The operational staff of Wellington House consisted of Lord Northcliffe, Arnold Thornby, future director of the Studies of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, and the Americans Walter Lippmann and Edward Bernays. Incidentally, it was Lord Rothmere who put this whole thing together, who introduced the term Adolf the Great. He stated that he was a supreme intellect. I have known only two other men to whom I could apply such distinction, Lord Northcliffe and Lloyd George. If one puts a question to Hitler, he gives an immediate, brilliant, clear answer. There's no human being living whose promise on important matters I would trust more readily. Look very carefully. These are the perpetrators of your reality today. Funding was initially approved or provided by the royal family, but soon included the Rothschilds related to Lord Northcliffe by marriage and the Rockefellers. In 1921, after the propaganda victories in the First World War and the Federal Reserve banking system created in 1913 had been secured, Wellington House expanded to become Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. Get that word and learn it well. Tavistock Institute. That is the center of all mind control for the planet. Tavistock Institute. This side-wall apparatus based outside of London was first established under the patronage of Duke George of Kent. The original Tavistock Clinic, led by George Rawlin Rees, was developed as the Psychological Warfare Center for the Royal Family and British Intelligence. Rees and a cabal of Freudian, I want you to understand how deeply Freud is in this thing called mind control. What he did to participate and to create the paradigm. Neo-Freudian psychiatrists applied the wartime experiences, watch this, the wartime experiences of psychological collapse to create theories of how such conditions of breakdown could be artificially induced, absent the actual theaters of war. The result was a theory of mass brainwashing involving group experience that would be used to alter the values of individuals and through that induce over time changes in the axiomatic assumptions governing a given society. So what they would do now is change the underpinnings of your relative reality by introducing axioms, words, for you to become comfortable with, so that when you hear them, you know what they belong to. You begin to cross-reference them in the holographic mind that you have, and your reality now becomes this crisscross reference that you see through, and that's all that you see. Okay, hang on with me. Who authored Jim Keith, the guy who was called himself Commander X, who just died, credits with much of the original Tavistock research into brainwashing, applying the results of repeated trauma and torture of individuals in mind control to the society at large. Lewin states, listen carefully, if terror can be induced on a widespread basis into a society, then society reverts to a tabula rasa, a blank slate, a situation where control can easily be instituted from an external point. Put another way, by the creation of controlled chaos, the populace can be brought to a point where it willingly submits to greater control. Or it's not, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of our diabolicalness beguns. Another Tavistock researcher was Dr. William Sargent, author of Battle for the Mind, a physiology of conversion and brainwashing. These are books for you to go get. He said various types of beliefs can be implanted after brain function has been sufficiently disturbed by deliberately inducing fear, anger, and excitement. Aldous Huxley, how many people have heard of him? Aldous Huxley, he wrote Brave New World and Doors of Perception. He said, assemble a mob of men and women previously conditioned by daily reading of newspapers, treat them to amplified band music, bright lights, and the oratory of a demagogue who, as demagogues always are, is simultaneously the exploiter and the victim of herd intoxication, and in next to no time, you can reduce them to a state of almost mindless subhumanity. These are people writing this in their universities to pass on to their own control people. All that crap that you see here, yes, we can. See, I needed a tape recorder, a cassette tape recorder, to show you what that word, yes, we can, means. All right, now that we have one, I'm going to show it to you. Did you put it inside there already? No. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Did you you have the tape? Got it. Now, does this have a speaker? Okay, plug it in. Now, I want you to hear. We'll go on until, oops, somebody popped the chain. All right, Spirit. Moving right along. Another man in 1938, at the time he was the head of the music section of the Radio Research Project for Tavistock. Theodore O'Donnell wrote in his work, Negative Dialectics, that listeners to radio music programs, fluctuate between comprehensive forgetting and sudden dives in recognition. They are atomistically, and they listen atomistically and disassociate from what they hear. They are not childlike, but they are childish. Their primitivism is not that of the underdeveloped or developed, but that of the forcibly retarded. Forcibly retarded, when they put certain music on the air for you to hear, know that they have messed with it in the studio. To mess with you, I don't care how popular the music is or unpopular. If it's popular and you got the Britney Spears and all these people out there, know that they have mind-fucked the music so that when you're listening to it not only in reverse, but up and down and sideways. The technology is such that they can put reverse in there and you can hear it with your holographic mind. Your holographic mind will hear things in reverse. As I was explaining to someone, when a baby is talking to you around the age of about 5 to 6 months and babbling at you, and you hear certain words that sound like words, if you were to tape your child and play the tape backwards, you would hear them speaking the words to you. Children speak in reverse. Children hear what you say, but they hear it in reverse because their mind is still in the consciousness realms. And they're hearing it holographically, and since they have learn how to decode it with their part of the hologram that was necessarily infused with enough information for them to be able to reverse it back so it makes sense. Okay, is it backwards? Is that volume up? Okay, it might be. Is there a volume button on here? Okay, I don't hear it. Okay. Hang on a second. This is the wrong side. Nope, it's the right side. Okay. Now, boost me up on it. They say TV made this its formal public appearance at 1939 World's Fair. Is that it? Okay, all right, here we go.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And you say.
Listen.
And you say. And you say. And you say. And you say.
Wait.
And you say. And you say.
again. Let's hear it again because some people might not want to think and might not want to accept what they heard. Now, all of you Negroes out there, all of you Christians who was all for Obama, you don't realize who he is. This son of a bitch has been playing you, and he's suave. The boy looked good. That's the first thing I heard from the sisters. Boy, he looked good. Boy, he looked good. He dressed. Boy, he looked clean. Look at his clothes. He's become a superstar. They got people in Korea voting for the presidency over here. Koreans wanting him to be president. Because, as Brother said, Barack Obama is the first leader of the New World Order. The first elected president of the New World Order. Understand that the chant they gave you so that the rest of the world would say it is not a regular chant that they would give you. These people study how to use reverse speech to give praises to their creator or their master. Check again.
Yes, we can. 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 And you say. 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 And you say.
I rest my case. And you say. And you say. And you say. And you say. Now all the people that hate me because they love Barack Obama, as they hate everybody who don't like him because he's black. He ain't black. Because he done told you like Tiger Woods, I ain't black. I'm a mixture and I'm a mutt. So I say this, I'm looking at a black man up there who say he ain't black, and I'm looking at white women going crazy. Nuts because of Obama. And he's suave and debonair, he walks up there. And they put Howdy Doody in there beforehand. They put a retarded, brain-dead, monarch mind-controlled preacher in there to completely set it off. Now you got a debonair man coming in looking clean. Who you gonna pick? It was a no-brainer. It was a no-brainer. And now we're going to understand what mechanisms were behind that. I took this from a clipping about this dude. His name was Hal Becker. And he was a consultant for the Futures Group who used to give information to CBS, NBC, and all the big stations on how to promote products to the people. Said, I know the secret of making the average American believe anything I want him to. Just let me control television. You put something on the television and it becomes reality. If the world outside the TV set contradicts the images, people start trying to change the world to make it like the TV set images. Okay? And we move along. Television is the United States of consciousness. Television equals the United States of consciousness because that's what they do. They organize your consciousness so that when they put out something on the TV and you see a commercial, everybody can identify because everybody has seen it. Your consciousness has been trained. But here's something deep, something called the 25th shot. Was found in Pokemon, and I think you already know about this. Psychologists in the Russian southern city of Krasnodar called on the Russian government to ban televising Pokemon. Many other countries, including Japan itself, have tabooed it. Krasnodar psychologists assert that a 25th shot strobe-like system is applied in the cartoon that negatively affects children's subconscious. As a result of this strobe dosing, a neurolinguistic programming occurs, or to put it more succinctly, a zombifying effect. The psychologists characterize this phenomenon as intellectual genocide. Moving right along, we haven't really scratched the surface. The Reese Network spent all of World War I studying the effects of war psychosis and its breakdown of individual personality. From their work, a wicked thesis emerged. Through the use of terror, they found that man can be reduced to a childlike and submissive state in which his powers of reason are clouded, and in which his emotional response to various situations and stimuli can become predictable, or in Tavistockian terms, proliferable. By controlling the levels of anxiety, it is possible to induce a similar state in large groups of people whose behavior can then be controlled and manipulated by the oligarchic forces for whom Tavistock worked. Now, an authoritative expose of this, called "The Greatest Brainwashing Organization to Ever Exist in the Course of Human History," is revealed in Dr. John Coleman's latest book entitled The Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, Shaping the Moral, Cultural, Political, and Economic Decline of the United States of America. This man was former British intelligence. This is the book you need to get, The Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. Those of you interested in mind control and the technology behind it. In another of his 15 books entitled The Committee of 300, he writes that the aim of the parasitic elite is to gain unilateral control of the earth, and that part of their working strategy has been, quote, to weaken the moral fiber of nations and to demoralize workers in the labor classes by creating mass unemployment. Is that what we got now? As jobs dwindle due to the post-industrial zero-growth policies introduced by the Club of Rome, the report envisages demoralized and discouraged workers resorting to alcohol and drugs. And everybody has got a depression drug somewhere. The youth of the land, listen carefully, the youth of the land will be encouraged by means of rock music and drugs to rebel against the status quo, thus undermining and eventually destroying the family unit. In this regard, the committee commissioned Tavistock Institute to prepare a blueprint as to how this could be achieved. We move on to find out Tavistock directed Sanford Research to carry out the work under the direction of Professor Willis Harmon, President Institute of the Noetic Sciences. This work later became known as the Aquarians Conspiracy. Listen carefully. An FBI internal memo from 1968 mentions the employment of a perpetually touring rock group called the Grateful Dead. All right? And rebellion into more of benign, non-threatening directions. They hired the Grateful Dead. They performed a vital service in distracting many young persons into drugs and mysticism rather than into politics. Now, anybody has ever seen this particular symbol of the Grateful Dead? Did anybody ever know what it means? Okay? Can somebody tell me what these symbols mean? Well, first and foremost, okay, that's just in case. Well, let me just explain something to you. This is Hiram Abiff. The top hat is the top hat of, for all you Masons in the house, the worshipful master. The lightning bolt represents the Nazis, the SS. But then, what you don't understand and overstand is that the lightning bolt has 13 edges. The 13 royal families. You don't understand as well that the red and the blue is the red and the blue houses of Masonry. York House, the red, and the Scottish Rites in the blue. There is no game. There is no game. There is only control. And I put her in there constantly because this is one witch. You have to understand that there was a kissing going on. You saw the kissing crew when she was kissing on, what's her name? That was a ritual. Christina Aguilera as well as Britney Spears. She came down in the top hat. The hat of the worshipful master. Madonna.
Stealing children from Africa.
Oh yeah. Same, you know that's that's our graveyard, Arisha. Moving right along. We got hip hop parade. Ho, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho, hip hop parade. Remember those days? We went from hip hop parade. You recognize the faces? Kool Herc? Oh my goodness, who's that? Rakim, Sister Soldier, Immortal Technique. Y'all need to get into that, brother. And of course, Dead Prez. And Grip. And Nas, when he wanna be. And Mos Def. That's when it was hip hop parade. But now it's hypocrisy. Hypocrisy essentially birthed a whole other paradigm. Hypocrisy destroyed the holographic pathways that were being made by hip-hop parade. Because who, remember, is not just hooray, it's who was the first word spoken into existence. So when I say hip-hop, who, hooray, hurrah, we're talking about a time when the words were happy words, but there were also words that were uplifting us. They were giving us a purpose, and we were marking out our own inevitability by it. Remember we spoke about, pre-orchestrating inevitability? Well, they had to put in hypocrisy to divert those energies and to use your lens, as you will see later, your lens to deal with decoding light frequencies that put you into this bullshit here. And this is the most popular form of hip-hop today. Why? Because this beast that I showed you first is the one who is pushing it. Why do you think these Negroes can be going around styling and profiling? Who's giving them their money? You think they earning that? Do you think that this jackass really put the company together called Sean John? Do you think this nigga with the capital N really is doing something for the general black population to uplift them and their consciousness? He is a front, a meat puppet with no hands up his ass, moving his mouth. And this brother came out last to make sure you were reinforced to believe that there was told you there is no game. Yet still, when I look at Maury Povich, I'm watching these young girls passing through and went out whether that was their father or not. See, I don't pay for them goddamn sneakers. And he keeps re-signing the checks. Somebody keeps re-signing those checks for you. And what do you have? You are not exceptional first-hand experiences. You are nothing more than vicarious experiences. You are not participants. I don't give a damn how much these clowns dress up. how much you want to see them glitter and glow. The real things going on behind that glitter and all that bling is these children that are suffering to bring that bling to them. So all of this that our children are hypnotized by, and I'm seeing, I hope you young people in the hip-hop community are seeing exactly what it is that brought these jackasses into being. And to know that essentially there is a mechanism and a machinery in place. And it's called, there's a guy who wrote an essay called On the Origin and Influencing of the Influencing Machine in Schizophrenia. This guy named Toft said, there is the schizophrenia influencing machine, is a machine of mystical nature. The main effects of the influencing machine are as following. It produces as well as removes thoughts and feelings by means of waves or rays or mysterious forces which the patient's knowledge of physics is inadequate to explain. In such cases, the machine is often called a suggestion apparatus. Its construction cannot be explained, but its function consists in the transmission or draining off of thoughts and feelings by one or several persecutors.
Now, I won't go any further because the whole point in that was to think about the counter systems that we have to set in place. But we need to know the in-depths of the attacks that are being placed on us. And other than that, they've used technology to influence emotional anxiety and so forth on us. They've used poison food, vaccinations. They're using all types of mind control. That's the Tavistock that is being mentioned for us to look into. How education attached to the Peabody. Go study about what they call the school wars by Diane Savage, I forgot what it is, that shows you when they tried to implement a mandatory school system, why the Jews in New York bucked the system, because they knew it was from Prussia, they knew it was a mind control system. So these are the things that we have to really inevitably really research about where we're at today and why it's so hard for us to truly operate in self-determination. We have been given a charter by His Imperial Majesty to govern ourselves. Why is it so hard for the intelligent minds to see the standing in law, to read the Montevideo Convention, to understand what it is they've been given a charter by the Emperor? Why is it so hard for our brethren and sisters under the Rastafari faith to not go to these countries begging for privileges of religious rights and so forth, and stand on the standing in law His Majesty gives them, and stand on exemption, stand on self-determination? Let the people know they're violating your human rights. You're not asking them for something. You already have it, and you've been already protected under it, under human rights and under religious rights, under the Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation and the Constitution of the Empire of Ethiopia. And so we need the vision mind to come set forth the systems that we can create to counter the attacks and to help build our goals. So I give thanks to everyone who took time to join or listen in later on. I apologize for coming on late again. My uncle, Charles Anderson, passed in our order, the doorkeepers. He is one of the last, what we call historian. He was the record keeper. So I'm going to close by just playing one little clip of him speaking, and we'll play the anthem and close out. It's 12 o'clock. I guess. So I'm going to play this, and we can close out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Kate. Kate.
Yes.
Remember the other day we were talking about how back in the day they used to take you in the middle of the night, the old people, and you was explaining that was before who? That was before the Masons, right?
Yeah.
See, so but more people don't know that there was things before the Masons had started all this stuff. And we were talking about all the people that what you say in Sandfly there was one of the last ones.
At the club, they were in the club.
That was what the name of the club was? Shamrock. Shamrock.
On Montgomery Cross Road, it's Skidaway Road. Skidaway, Montgomery Cross Road.
They used to have the meetings there.
Yep.
So who all you remember probably was involved before the Masons came in place? Some of the people you think. I know we talked about Lusky, Coma,
Eddie Luton. The man on top of the avenue, what her name?
Oh man.
Tony Uncle Miller. Jane Miller.
Yep.
Jane Miller. Bubba Williams.
Bubba Williams.
Yeah.
I remember Big Man was
Big
too.
Man. Raspberry.
Yeah. See, a lot of people don't know about that history. You one of the last one knew it. Ain't nobody even talking about that. So
Raspberry.
We had to document that.
Yeah.
Some history there about our people before all some of these things came to play.
Normal been a member too.
Yeah.
He's been a Shamrock. And Richard Big too. All of them used to go to Shamrock.
And I'll show one more.
Dead. That way morning dead. Reverend Peter Pamble was one of the first one over there. I think his mom, used to have slaves over there too.
Right.
In Indian.
Right.
Tom Tiki. All of them lived together over there.
Yes.
They been living, and the white man ran with him one time. Doing Peter Pamble, one of them times they bought him daddy. Name was George Pamble. But Peter Pamble was George Pamble daddy. And Paul Pamble, that's Nerve daddy. And a warning is Uncle George. Uncle George is mama. Him and Grandma B is brothers and sisters. All of them are born on Skinny Island. B, the family.
Yeah.
And the white man gave them up the boat and ship it. And all of them moved to Big Point in the right there on the land on the front.
Right, yeah.
That's how we got the waterfront.
Yeah.
George Hamilton, we got the whole front. And Silver Bonham had the black.
Right.
That was even Bond Avenue.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. From Pittsburgh to Divide. The main road was down there.
We all
that you know, that was the main road. Yeah, that was the main drag. You just go from the factory all the way from you go all the way down to Helen Johnson. Yeah, that road, that was the main drag.
Well, we wrote that road was still there. It was fading away.
Yeah, that's the main drag. They made people roll one way.
Yeah.
And then Barnes Avenue came after Fremont Road. After that, they started moving on Barnes Avenue, building houses. They made Barnes Avenue. They made that road.
Yeah.
Used to be a dirt road until they paved. Yeah.
Dirt road when I was a baby.
Yeah, it was a dirt road too.
Yeah.
Book that history. Yeah. I forgot about that back book. Yeah. That's gone now. Yeah. Yep. That was carrying on them. That used to be the main drag.
Charles Anderson, one of the last of the history keepers. I must say, to the heavens and into the earth we return. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks.
It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like bees to a hive, swiftly gather. Your children are gathered to thee. With orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free. Advance to advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness leading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity meeting one God for us Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once more thee underneath. Your children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide
Who's coming in the driveway?
Yes, sir. We give thanks. Very in depth tonight. Very well needed. And I hope everybody has an understanding as to what we have and the reality that we are living. The reality we must wake up to if we are not waking as yet. So gratitude and thanks. Praise the Most High for this time and this moment. We will end off with the prayer.
Addis Ababa, Addis Ababa, you flower, Addis Ababa, you flower, Israel. The people of the land rule oppression, exercise robbery, vex the poor and needy, polluted in their way, and will take off your crown. Remove your diadem, exalt him that is low. Neither do they regard the God of their fathers, no desire for woman. They exalt forces, they covet our fields, and they take them by violence, and they oppress a man in his house, even his heritage. Just say we alone. When all along, as Aristotle and Plato, who built Jerusalem, as Pliny and Plutarch, who built Jerusalem, as Herodotus, as Theodorus Siculus, who built Jerusalem. Ethiopia built Jerusalem. Israel. Sweep on Atlantic trade. Go ask Aristophanes. Go ask Strabo. Go ask Pliny. Go ask Plutarch. Go ask Herodotus. Go ask Theodorus Siculus, who built Jerusalem. Yeah.
Addis Ababa. First king said, bring Solomon my love, and cause him to be crowned king over Israel and over Judah in the Nile River, Gihon, yeah. Better Israel, yeah. We are the homes of Israel. I said, a lion tribe I know, sweep and I know TJ, sweep and I know TJ. Lion tribe I know, yeah. Who built Jerusalem?
Yes, sir. Everyone have a wonderful night.
Yes, sir. Amashe. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yeah, y'all next drop. Our story. Yes, sir. Negus Salam.